problemas con el streaming. Ah, no me deja lanzarlo. A ver,
¿Por qué? ¿Qué te sale?
dice que estoy deshabilitada para lanzar el streaming. Parece que ya tengo otro. Pero, a ver, valemos Facebook. Lo único que podría estar en mi computer es Facebook. No, fíjate que en Facebook estamos como, oh, sí, creo que Facebook sí lo está viendo.
Pero ahí escribió alguien en YouTube que ya
Estamos
inició. O sea, ¿estamos transmitiendo ya?
en Facebook está okay. Okay, hello, we apologize for checking on some details, technical details. One
Ya
more.
estamos. We are broadcasting now.
Okay, YouTube now, checking YouTube real quick. Live now. YouTube now. Yeah, it looks okay, right?
Yeah.
Alright. So I'm gonna make this and make this. Manu, Manu,
Dime.
el tema es que yo aquí mi pantalla no muestra que no, el botón me dice como que no estamos al aire, pero bueno, vamos a arrancar.
Estamos al aire. Estamos al aire.
Listo.
Yeah.
Ya hay gente que no está
Ah,
escribiendo.
Pero bueno. All right, I think we're all set. Um, so, good morning, everybody. I am so glad to present the Global Power Platform Bootcamp 2022. My name is Diana Carolina Torres, and I'm the product manager and community manager at Real Activity, and also with the community, the Global Power Platform, the Power Platform user group in Boston. Our group is today representing this global bootcamp. Actually, quick, let me see where is my other screen here. All right.
Diana, people is writing in the chat that your audio is not clear.
It's not clear.
Yes, we can't understand you.
I think because I was speaking Spanish at the beginning, trying to fix the. We need to go back to the chat. I don't know what's happening. Um, we need to go back first. Going back to chat. Okay, I think Manuel, you can help me to answer because I cannot see the chat. Yeah. Um. Okay. I think the audio should be okay now. Um. So I was saying this actually is the third edition of the Global Power Platform Bootcamp. This event started in 2020, and now we have the third edition. I'm sorry, I'm going to stay here. It's a whole doesn't water. So, yeah, I think, sorry about the audio. I think it was at the beginning, the first minutes, that we're trying to figure out things with the life. So, okay, here. Welcome to the third edition of Global Power Platform Bootcamp. As I was saying, from the Boston Power Platform user group, we are so excited and literally have been working all day long for this day. We are a community based in Boston, but virtually and with global impact as well. Um, you guys have been interacting with our community and activities we meet monthly on a regular basis every Tuesday, the last Tuesday of the month. So if you haven't heard about us, please welcome to join to our user group meetings as well. Um, the Power Platform Bootcamp, the Global Bootcamp, uh, is an event that is happening today, February 18 and February 19. And we're so excited because 70 locations across the globe have joined to today's event. So that's so exciting that the community is always growing and we have not only user groups of the community influencers, Microsoft MVPs, uh, different leaders in the industry that are supporting this event with, by sharing their knowledge, success cases, stories, and of course all its expertise. So thanks for all of you that have are participating today. Um, so um, this is the global team. Um, I want to share their names and pictures. Know all the team that is working behind the scenes to make it possible. Um, yeah. So if you wanna maybe take a picture, follow them on social media, LinkedIn, feel free to add them. Really great professionals and uh, people that is always looking for more members of the community, more speakers. Of course, if you want to engage more with all of us, we're looking always for speakers and to meet with you. And this is a great opportunity to why not, huh? Um, Also, from our local chapter, Boston. So I was saying. Um, Okay, okay, if you guys can help me, maybe confirming if the audio is okay, move the mic closer. Okay, thank you, Demar first. I'm gonna move my microphone a little closer. I hope it's okay. So the local organizers are on a screen. So I'm gonna let my team to present. So I'm Diana, and I already did a little bit into my introduction, but um, a little bit more about me is I'm from Colombia. I am Microsoft MVP, part of the Cloud and Data Center Management Group. Um, I moved a couple of years from my hometown to. Oh, thanks for the feedback, Shashi Dudu Puri. Sorry about my pronunciation. Thanks for the feedback, and we are very attentive to fix any kind of problem that will happen in life, And so yeah, I actually live in the Seattle area and work with a company in Boston. So and this is maybe why We are supporting now the local community in Boston. But like I say, I think there's no a barrier for us to go anywhere with virtuality and help other communities and other folks. So I think that's actually one of the coolest things about the pandemic. Like it pushed us to have more activities online. So yeah, not everything about that. Um, yeah, so let me see. Manuel, would you like to introduce yourself now?
Okay, thank you, Diana. Paul is writing in the private chat. You can see that.
Oh, okay. Okay, good.
Uh, Hello to all. My name is Manuel Urban. I'm from Colombia too. I'm system engineer and I'm CTO of a company here in Colombia based in technology. Uh, I'm I'm friend of Diana and Paul and Amal. Amal is organized this event too, and I try to present her because she can be here with us this day. Amal is system engineer too. Is Microsoft MVP in Office 365 and apps, and is a member of Plan of Soft 2 of our company. In this event, I will be here with a talk in some minutes, and we expect that you like this event and all the talks that all the people come with us. Many thanks, Diana.
Uh, Paul, can you hear us?
Yes, hello. How are you? Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello, Paul.
Right.
How are you?
Good. Is it my turn to introduce myself?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you first. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me here, and thank you for being here. And thank you, Diana and Amal, and to the other people that were involved in organizing the event. So my name is Paul Schweiter, and again, I'm honored to be here. I play a lot of different roles. I have spent the past about 25 years working with Microsoft technologies and in multiple industries, but my primary focus has been healthcare technology throughout the years. And so I'm really looking forward to the presentation today, and the event today, because we're doing something a little bit different in that, since we're based out of this is the Boston edition of the Global Bootcamp, and since Boston is a hub for healthcare, we have a couple of really good healthcare sessions that will be part of the event today. So I'm really excited about that. I'll be giving one of the presentations that I'll be giving is the intelligent intranet and Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare. And so much of the cloud for healthcare and these internet intelligent intranet concepts are built on top of the Power Platform, which also encompasses, of course, Dataverse and Dynamics 365. And so the cloud for healthcare is built entirely on Dynamics 365 and Power Platform, and of course Azure. There's Azure services that are involved. I'll talk about this more during my presentation. And so that's what I'll be talking about, and that's why I'm excited to be here. And it's just a great team of people too. I'm really excited. The event turned out to be, a broad and diverse event. Right? We have people that have registered from around the world. We have speakers from different countries. We have a big influence from Latin America, so that's always amazing. And I'll just keep talking and talking if you let me. So I'll just stop for now, and that's my long that's my long introduction. So thank you. I look forward to today. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for the introduction. So yeah, so We all here are representing all these communities, and we have also Microsoft as a sponsor. So thanks to Microsoft, thanks for the Boston Healthcare User Technology User Group, to the Boston Power Platform User Group, and to the Women's Voice IT, another of our friends with the communities that are sponsoring. So thanks and thanks. Um, so this is the scale for the day. This is the agenda we have prepared. Like Paul was saying, we have a special and unique agenda. If you guys are from Boston, especially, we have lots of folks and friends that work in healthcare. So we will have some special demos focused for this industry. But if you're not in the healthcare industry, you can also apply all the concepts, like all the demonstrations. You can just kind of switch to your scenario. So it works pretty well. Um, so yeah, before we let Fatima start with the presentation, I wanted to share this real quick. So if you all the attendees fill out the surveys, you potentially can win some swag. So we are encourage you to take a picture of this code and or at least copy the URL for the survey. So at the end of each session, you can send your survey and get more chances to win some swag. All right. So last but not least, some of the social media networks that we are promoting today for the event. So feel free to also take a picture and keep tweeting, keep posting on your Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and share how has been your experience today. Share pictures, share demos, share all the cool things that you are learning today with us. All right, and I'm gonna let Fatima start the presentation for today and share her screen.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me well, Diana?
Yes.
Wonderful. Great. So, thank you for the invitation. I'm so happy to stay here to share with you this morning my knowledge, my experience. But to make this presentation, I will close my camera and I will return in some minutes to share all the content that I prepared to you this morning. My presentation is about list and Power Automate. I prepare something different than the other presentation that I presented before. But before to start my presentation, as always, thanks to all our sponsors. Without them, this event couldn't be possible. It's amazing the job that they made behind the scenes to create this kind of events. For the people that didn't meet me before, I'm Fatima Blancas. I'm Mexican, and I'm passionate about to talk of technology and education. I'm also Microsoft MVP in Office Apps and Services, and I am the CEO and founder of IT Proof. We are a Mexican Microsoft partner, and I've been working with SharePoint since 2007, I think. I take this experience using SharePoint Online, Office 365, and Microsoft Teams, especially to apply my experience with customers in different economy sectors. You can join me on Twitter using this tag. I'm Heidi also, that's my second name. And you can find me on LinkedIn as Fatima Blancas. The agenda for today is oriented in these topics: what a list is and why it matters, how can we use some healthcare templates. I will share with you a demo, some tips and tricks about how to mix the capabilities and the features included on Microsoft Teams and Microsoft List, and also Power Automate. And at the end, if we have enough time, I will share with you a bonus tip about how you can increase the collaboration with your teammates. Who this session is talking with, that's the important part, because I'm a technical girl, but this session is oriented to talk with the people who have struggles to organize their files or spreadsheets about their patients. For some small business who love to discover new ways to create information to share with their customers or to collaborate with others inside of their business. Also, I focus to talk with the healthcare leaders who want to identify new ways to track tasks or information of their patients. So this session is not exactly a technical session, but I'm pretty sure that this business scenario will be very useful to get new ideas about the customers that you can engage with this amazing platform. First of all, what happened with Microsoft List? For the people that are technical, Microsoft List is a feature that are included in Microsoft 365. It's a simple way to organize your information. It's easier than SharePoint because this included many capabilities to organize, to create, to motivate others in your team to use it, because it's a very nice list, a very nice way to organize your information. You can have different colors, you can change the display of your information. But I know that you can do this kind of mixes using SharePoint, and also you can use this kind of mixes using spreadsheets. But with List, it's easier for end users. They don't have to worry about to configure or to insert necessarily some developments. They can create all of those ideas that have in mind using List in very short time. It's a very smart form to stay in touch with everybody, to synchronize some rules, or to configure some informations that you have in your process. It's very flexible to customize this kind of list. You can insert more fields. You can change the information, the order of the information. And also you can get the power of the other tools around the Microsoft 365 platform, like Power Apps, Power BI, or Power Automate. This is some of the frequently asked questions about Microsoft List. It's only a quick review because, as I mentioned, Microsoft List is an evolution of SharePoint List. You can find many of those capabilities that you discover using Microsoft SharePoint. But now these features are increased of capability using Microsoft List. Microsoft List is not an app. That's an important part. And I will move to the this part of Microsoft List because uh, this is available to use in a mobile form, in a mobile devices, but only for iOS. It's not available yet for Android. That's a part that Microsoft will share with us in the next month. So as we have a short time to present this, we will review how to create a list from a template. If you have an environment now, maybe you tried to get the power of Microsoft Teams using your own ideas. But this morning, I want to encourage you to review all of those templates that are included in the in the Teams. Sorry, something is moving here. Thank you, thank you. Now it's working. Okay. Let me show you my screen. If you have a subscription of Microsoft 365, if you are new using this kind of platforms, maybe you are a little lost in how many of these applications can work for your business. First of all, I suggest to you that start using Microsoft Teams because in this app you can create different teams to control information with your team. Remember, Microsoft 365 is a platform that you can use to increase the capabilities of your team, to increase the productivity of your team. So, if you are not clear about the information that you have or you should to uh, include in your teams, you can use some of those um, templates that Microsoft offers to you. In every application that you find in Microsoft 365, you will find some templates. For this morning, I prepared a demo using patient care and hospital. Both are different, a little different. If you select this option, you will see some elements that are prepared for you. First of all, 6 channels: general channel, announcements, hurdles, rounds, staffing, and training. And also Microsoft Teams let you know that they will use 7 apps included in your subscription: approvals, bulletins, inspections, lists, shifts, tasks by planner and to-do, and wiki. All of those capabilities, all of those apps are created behind the scenes when you click on next and select the kind of theme that you want to select. If you select private, you should to include other people. If you select public, because this is an environment for companies, everybody that join your organization can see this team available and join it. This is this option for public teams. It's important that you remember that the information that you insert in the channels will be available for everybody. So if you don't care about the information because it's something about your rules, about your uh, human resource process, or other kind of things that everybody needs to know, this is a good idea to use a public team. But if you will share some information that take maybe sensitive information, this is not a good idea to use public. It's better to use a private. You should to include a name. I will use Boston demo. You can insert also a description, but behind the scenes, everything is working. Microsoft 365 will create some Office 365 groups, all the security, all the structure of SharePoint sites, all the structure for these channels, and everything that you will need. Everything is working now. I will close this, and I'm going to show you the patient list. When everything was finished, you will see this kind of channels. General channel, see the tabs at the top, post, files, wiki. It's the same in general, post, files, wiki, and list. I included this yesterday. Rounds, staffing, and training. If you want to insert a new list, why you want to do that? Because you, as a manager of a business, you have many information in every laptop or device that your colleagues have to work every day. Maybe those files or spreadsheets are separated and sometimes they don't have the same information. So if you use all of those like list, you can share the information always in the same version. You only have to make click in list, save this tab. This is only that happened now. And after that, Microsoft Teams will show you the two options: create a list or add an existing list. If you have spreadsheets now, you can select this, maybe using a SharePoint link or maybe using another link that you have. In this morning, I will share you another way to create a list, because as you can see in Teams, it's the same for Microsoft List. They offer many templates to start exploring the capabilities of these applications. The patient list includes many fields to include basic information of your patients: the name, insurance, the medical number, their date of birth, location. For example, if you can use this for select the number of the room that they are using, gender, diagnosis, etc. If this information is good for you, you can select this template, or you can explore others. The information, as Diana said, that we prepared today, it's to show you only the capabilities, but you can take these suggestions to collaborate or to create your own process here. I will use this template. You can select some icon and color and change the name, and only click on create. It's very easy. I will move for the other patient list that I prepared today, because our time is very short today. Let me Let me show you. Here it is. I insert some information because, as you can see, when you create the list, everything is empty. You can use the template, but without information, only the fields. This morning, I prepared this option to show you the capabilities into Microsoft List. First of all, you can use this list into Teams, or you can use the list into Microsoft Office in your home screen of Microsoft 365. Using this icon, and here it is, the same list. Why I moved to this position? Because in this option, you can, using Microsoft Teams, you can see the information to export Excel, to open into SharePoint, but here is not available the option to include other capabilities around the Power Platform. That's why I opened the list using the option into the home screen. Then, in this option, you can share the information, export the information to Excel or a CVS document. You can use this option to automate or to create some advices for maybe. That's the amazing part. List is mixed with some other features that suggest you different options that are based in the information that you create before. If you want to include other information, for example, I insert an email for notifications, I insert a picture that are not included in the beginning. Also, you can add more fields, more columns in different kind of fields, for text, for numbers, for locations, for dates, for everything that you can need. It's included in this option. For example, I will select an option, and I select in patient pharmacy needs, for example. And you can select this to control the options. Option 1, option 2, option 3. For example, medicine 1, medicine 2, or wherever you need. You can include a description, and only you need to save the information. All of those fields that you include in your list will be involved in your process if you need. But if you need to automate something, for example, in this case, lists are including some information about the dates. For example, the birthday, if you want to send congratulations email for your patients, the admission dates, or the discharge target. Maybe you as a manager need to know when somebody will left of the hospital. But also you can integrate some other capabilities like Power Apps or Power Automate and also Power BI. And all the information that is included in these options are focused in end users. For example, if you use Power BI, you can visualize some reports that Microsoft 365 prepare for you. using the information that are included in the list. In this case, it showed me that we have two males in the list. One of those don't have a gender selected. One of those are female. And you can use this information or change this. Also, you can integrate some Power Automate flows. These flows can be created using different templates that are included. For example, if we select create a flow, you can see the different templates that Microsoft offers you. I will use, for example, get an approval. This is a good one. It's very easy to use because everything behind the scenes is happening without your configuration tasks. You only need to be sure that your user are signed in these options. For example, for Office 365 Outlook, that this is an app that this flow will use. The other is SharePoint, and the other is approvals. If all of those circles are good, you can continue. If something is wrong, the platform will show you an advice. And only you need to click in Create Flow. It's very easy. Then Microsoft Flow will create the template with all the stages, all the steps that is needed for this approval. You can forget about the development process. Something is happening here. The Power of Flow Logic app is invalid. Something is wrong because something is in the trigger manual. Let me explain to you. All of them flows need a trigger to work. Need something that happened in the list to trigger an activity. If you don't have a trigger, you can start this flow. So it's needed that you have this information. Let me show you another form. I will create a new one. And this is the triggers that are included. An automated cloud from this flow. For example, when you create a new element, when you delete something, when you change the information in the fields, that's the part that trigger the flow. Also, you can use these other triggers, a schedule cloud, a desktop cloud, desktop flow, sorry, or maybe an instant button that you can use. All of those are available for you. You need to design your own process. But sometimes if you are using an information behind the list or the other applications, if you insert something, you need to inform others about maybe a new patient, a change in the status of the patients. So that's kind of triggers that you can use to integrate your flows. In this case, I will show you some of the flows that I prepared. When some flow is created, you can edit the information to be sure that all of your needs are included. In this case, I use the same list, patient list. These fields are filled for before I show you only when you select this option, when you select the integration and Power Automate and create a flow, and you select the template, all of those informations are filled, especially the list name, the site address, because you use those capabilities. Next, you can customize the information that will appear. This is a flow to make an approval about a step that you decide. In this case, I create this option only to inform the people that are involved in the care of the patient. If your information is complete, you can use this flow checker. If the flow checker detects error, will show you a warning or an information about the error. And then you are ready to trigger this flow when the information happens. In this kind, when you need to start an approval, when a new item is added. Maybe this advice could be available for the manager or for the people that are involved in the lobby or wherever that you will need. I will insert a new people here. It's very easy to select the information. It's very easy to use these templates. You can customize all of those fields, but it's not necessary to start to using this. I will save this. I didn't fill all the information that this list needs, but it's only to show you. In this case, the length of stay is showing me a long time because it's empty. The information that admission dates and the discharge target. So that's why it's using this number, because it's using a formula behind the scenes. But let me show you another capability of list. You can use the gallery option and change this list to a boring list into an option that show all of your patients in a good form to identify them quickly. You can change these options. You can select different fields to show. For example, I can edit the current view and change the information that are displayed. Maybe to put the diagnosis in the second line and move the insurance to the last, or maybe the birthday, because it's not important in the beginning. It's more important to know what they are sick. Here it is, the information changed. But as you can see in Microsoft Teams, in SharePoint, the information is displayed also like in list, but in list is more completed, is easier, because here as an administrator you have more information, more options. But if you are end users. Here, you are sure that you only see the information that are referred, that are oriented to this list, only to this list, not like in SharePoint site that you have many of those elements that are included in the site, the other list, the other parts of the site. So that's why it's easier to use list for end users because it's more friendly. Also, if you decide to change something, for example, you can select one of those recorders that you have and change also the view. For example, you can edit the columns from here. You can, for example, um, eliminate this field or maybe this field and save. And in that moment, you will see the changes in this in this format. My objective today is to show you the easy way that you can use these applications, the capabilities that you can include in all of your business process, because sometimes the information in your spreadsheets are complicated to share with others. You can create this kind of list for everything that you need. You can use some of the templates or create your own. But the most important part is that these features can work for you. Instead, you work for the information. Instead, you spend many time making this information available for others, or sometimes the people are in other sites because you have two different places to work, not only for home office, also because it's part of your business that you have two places, and they need to stay in touch. They need to have the same version of the information. That's why I recommend to use this platform. As you can see, you can include these options if you use our Automate. You can create notifications for your colleagues. You can collaborate with others. You can get information from other sources, and also you can create approvals. If you are using your subscription for the first time, in the very beginning of your subscription, when it's very new, maybe you can receive this advice when you are working in the Power Automate templates, that it is saying that you need to create a database of Dataverse. This is not a complicated situation. If you receive this advice, this warning, you only need to save the information in your flow and return to your list, create your first element, and wait for the flow make their work. Let me show you how it works. If you are obviously this is not the first time that I start this list. You can as you can see, I create some flows. Some of those are related with this patient list. When you see that advice, that warning, you only need to be sure that your flow are completed. For example, this post message to Teams. You can edit the information to be sure that a message, that warning appears here, and it's saying that you need to return to patient list and create the first element. That's what I did when that warning appeared in my subscription, and it's very easy to solve. Some customers ask me about that, and that's why I created this subscription to force the environment to show me this warning. It's so easy if you only have in mind the objective of your flow. For example, in this case, I want to post a message from the patient leads when somebody insert information. I want to post a message about this new item. Yeah. When that happens, Microsoft Teams will show me. Let me show you this. In announcements. Oh, I forgot. Let me see the here. In the patient list, with posted as a flow vote in the channel of the hospital team of the compliance channel. Here it is. The information. Kevin needs more day at the hospital to inform somebody about this. The options that you can include of the flows are many of those are amazing, the ways that you can use flow. My intention here is to show you that it's easier to mix the capabilities into list, into flow, and also into other apps like Power BI. Diana, are you there?
Yes,
Manu, Paul?
yes, we are here.
Great. I feel that the time in my session are short, but I think that I cover all
Fine.
the objectives that we pursue today.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Actually, thanks because we took quite a bit of your time for the introduction, so I apologize for that. And always going live, there's something happening.
Yeah. It's
um,
complicated to make a demo in live session, but I don't wanted to show all of those capabilities. I only wanted to show all of those small business that they can use these features in very easy way without have in mind many technical information, only their own business process and using all of those templates.
yeah, no, I think it's really cool. Thanks for sharing. I found that very valuable for the industry. Like it's really easy to apply. So that's very cool. Um, in the meantime, I want to share again the QR code and the information for the survey. So if you are watching this streaming, don't forget to fill out the survey and get a chance to win some cool swag. Um, so I don't see questions on the chat so far. If you guys have any questions, this is the time for Send us in the comments in the live, whether it's YouTube or Facebook. Um, I'm sorry.
Thanks, Sashi. I saw now your message. And yes, I needed to select the item on the list, but I know that my time in this session is shorter than I expected.
Yeah.
And as you can see, this demo is not for demonstrate technical capabilities. I don't want to make from all of those doctors and managers of the small business seems that this platform uh, difficult or horrible. It's easier. It's amazing, and many of them are experimented troubles using the spreadsheets. I saw that, and that's my intention with this session.
Yeah. Well, Fatima, I
Okay.
want to say thanks. Thanks for your time. Thanks for sharing this presentation and really cool demos. And we don't see any questions so far, but if some of the attendees want to send, like we will be here. So feel free to send us the questions so we will answer shortly. So now I think it's time for our second session, and let me share here this. So next we're going to
Oh,
continue with Amal and Manuel. Uh, we're going to talk about optimize the administrative management of the company with Power Automate. So Manuel, okay, I think he's
in the
gonna.
meantime, thank you, Diana, for the opportunity. Thank you, Paul, for the opportunity to talk in this event. And also thank you, Amal and Manu, to make this event possible.
Yeah, no, thank you, Fatima. And yeah, I hope your presentation with the other bootcamps go well. She's one of the speakers that will be sharing this session in a couple more events this weekend. So that's great. Looking forward to keep working with you as well. And of course, making more content with the Women's Voice IT community.
Yes, we will stay there. Stay in touch with us.
Yeah, yeah.
Bye. Thank you, Sashi. Thank you. I really appreciate your message. I'll be still here behind the scenes.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, our next speaker is already connecting and setting up his computer presentation.
So
So,
in the meantime, we can encourage our community, our attendees today, to fill the form to get some songs, some swags.
so
That's complicated to my tongue. Maybe we can. I will stop my sharing screen.
okay,
That's amazing, the swag that this event is offering.
yeah,
Please don't forget that you, when the screen appears, you can take a screenshot to stay ready when Diana said that you can feel that.
yeah. Okay, so yeah, 1 minute. Our speaker is setting up the scenario. Yeah. So, what countries are participating here with us today? What states in the United States? Let us know in the chat.
Yes, please. Post your messages. We have people from Miami. Wow. From Mexico, of course.
Denver, Colorado. Cool.
Great. If the people that are attending today is a technical guy, I'm pretty sure that they are making uh, good efforts using this platform. How do you find management of flows in a production environment? It's a good question. Um, Management of flows. I think you are referring. Let me show my screen. Can I take
Yeah,
the
yeah,
screen?
go ahead. No worries. Actually, that's cool. Okay.
Let me show you.
Well, in a minute, Manuel.
I was worried about the time, and now I feel a little free. When you create your now is can you share my screen, Diana, please?
Yes. Okay, hold on 1 minute.
Bogota, wow, we are in around the world. We are broadcasting around the world. That's amazing. Well, when you create your flows, remember that's an important part. If you create a flow, this flow is using your own account to display the information. If somebody received the notifications of these flows, the provider, the information is from your account. Then, if you want to see the uh, flows, how it is it working, you can select the float. For example, I will select this, the start approval when a new item is added, and every time that you start this flow, you can see all your history in this part at the bottom of the screen. You can find the history, and you only need to select the flow that you want to check. Hope that you are saying or you want to see this part. And the flow will show you how of these steps, what of these steps are working well, or in this case, this flow is waiting for the approval. So that's why it's 9 hours waiting for the approval. If you have a different flow, for example, I will show you the post message thing, the same that I showed you. I run this flow 9 hours ago, and if I see into the execution of the flow, I can see that this step for a selected item run well, then the next step is well, and the next one is well. You can see and manage the information from here, the every execution that you have. If you want to change something, for example, the connections, the owners, you only can share this flow with somebody else. You can only text the name of the people that you want to share, Remember, this option is only available for the people into your organization, not for external people, because it needs the application into Microsoft 365. Uh, Hope this answered the question, and thank you for your questions. I think the next one is the next one speaker is ready. Um,
Yes,
Caleb
yes.
says, what are best practices for managing all of your flows in your organization? Caleb, I will post a link to answer your question because the next speaker is ready, and the event have many more information.
All right. Thank you, and thank you again, Fatima.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
maybe if you can answer behind the scenes other questions or from your social media, actually, that's a good idea. Um, okay, we're gonna continue, and now we have Manuel and also with Amal. They have prepared a really cool session. So Manuel,
Hi, hi, Diana. How are you?
good, yeah. So excited for our second session of the day, and we're gonna talk about optimize the administrative management of the company with Power Automate.
That is, that is. Okay, thank you, Diana, and thank you to Fatima. Fatima, I will try to complement the things that Fatima made because is have a sequence of this. I will start with a video because I have this talk with Amal, but she can't be here with us this day, and I will start with a video, and I will continue with the the presentation and the demonstration of the things that I want to show to you. Okay, let me share my screen. Okay, good. Thank you.
Manu, can we check the audio?
Okay, let me check. You don't hear my the video?
Mm, no.
Okay, let me check. Wait a moment, please.
Oh wait, no, no, yeah, yeah.
Okay, let me check now. Welcome all to this talk in the Boston Power Platform Bootcamp. My name is Manuel, and with Amal Osni, it's a pleasure for us to present in this talk, optimize the administrative management of the company with Power Automate. We hope that this topic helps you to understand more about Power Platform and how this can help to us for optimize the process in the companies. Amal, welcome to this talk.
Thanks, Manuel. Hi, everyone. My name is Amal. I am Microsoft MVP in Office Apps and Services, and I am certified in Power Platform Fundamentals. The first step for this talk is the strategies for our resource management and why Power Automate. Because Power Automate, formerly known as Microsoft Flow, is a Microsoft tool that allows you to create workflows by connecting two or more applications, draw pre-designed connectors, saving time in the task of the company. Under this premise, we can tell you that automating Microsoft support to optimize response times in certain processes that are mechanical that can be carried out in more automated way, supporting daily work and allowing the team to focus on what is most important. What can we do in Power Automate? We can create a flow tailored to the needs of our organization, or we can use templates that other companies already use. And the first step to build a strategy that support us for the management of resource is to know your work team and their skills, weakness, and experience according to the files in which we operate. With this fact, which is the context of the team, we can design models of the project's monitoring structure with the support of tools such as Azure DevOps, Microsoft Teams, and Power Automate in this case.
Okay, thank you. That is the little part that I want to share with us, and I will continue with you to make a demonstration like Fatima in the past presentation. I will I will focus this presentation in the way that you can optimize the administrative management of the company. I'm if you can be here with us in the start of the bootcamp, I present to you. I'm Manuel Urbano. I'm CTO of Planuxo. Planuxo is a software business here in Colombia, and we manage many things and many process for us and for other companies, and we try to automate many process using these tools. And we will talk, and I expect that this talk like to you, and is anyway your questions or your comments in the chat in any moment. And I will show how we can make some process, administrative process, how we can automate and make some things to work quickly in our organization. Let me show now this. This is the Power Platform. Fatima, as Fatima showed to us in the past presentation, this is the start home or the start page that we can make a process for our organization. In this case, we can think in the in our employees or the employees in the company, the collaborators, in many things needs some needs to request some things like vacations, like compensations, like maybe license for make some things, and we need to have a better way that don't the employees don't need to send emails, because the emails maybe the person that received that maybe have many emails, and the person can lose the traceability of an email. And the best way we can use all the tools of Office 365, and we can start to make a Microsoft Forms when the person can make the request. That request gives an email to a person, or maybe send a message to a team channel, or maybe we can connect to an Azure DevOps organizations where a task we can make to show to the person, to the responsible person of the next the request that make a person. I will start with that. We I will make Microsoft Forms to request a vacations from a person. I will start with that. I will connect to Forms, Microsoft Forms, forms.office.com, and in Microsoft Forms, I log in with my user, Manuel Urbano, and I will create a new forms, vacation request. In this form, I will make some questions. Uh, the request, okay. Then the request and yes. Then this is a text. Write your name. That is a mandatory questions. Start date. A mandatory questions. Another final date. Mandatory question. And mm, I will assign a new questions that is do you want remunerated license? Yes. No. Okay. Then I have a form, a vacation request. The employee of the company goes to the form, fill this form, and I will make that when the form is filed, Power Automate will send a message to a Teams channel, and after the Teams channel, I send to an email from to other person to complement the request that made the employee. I can do that? Then I have this form. I don't need anymore. If I have more questions, I can I can fill that in the form. Then I will share that. I have the 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 address. Have the address of the form for fill. I have this, and I have this form in my organization. That is important. I have this form in my organization, planofsoft.com. Why is important this? Because I connect to an email that is part of an organization. And when I connect that and I connect the connector for Microsoft Forms, it would find all the information from the organization. I can't go from planofsoft.com to another organization to find the information. I need another account and I need to connect that account for in Power Automate for do that. In this moment, I will go to Power Automate and I will start to create a new flow. And this flow, I will give the name vacation request flow. What is the start point of this process? The start point of this process is the Microsoft form answer. Then I will find here where is the point of Microsoft form. I only need to find forms, and I have this option. Sorry, I have all in Spanish, but it's the same in English. When a new answer was sent in Microsoft Forms, I will check that, and this is my first start point of for the flow. Then I will create, and Here, as I log in the same organization that Microsoft Forms, I have planosoft.com, and here I am in planosoft.com. Power Automate will load all the forms that are in the organization. In this case, I will work with vacation request. The vacation request is the first point of the flow, but I need, as basic in a flow, 2 points. 2 points. The start point, what is the trigger, and what is the action that you need to make. Then I will make that when a new hardware was sent in the form, I will send a message to a team channel. I have here, I have here my Microsoft Teams, and I have a team that is called Demo AM, and I have only one channel in the team that is general. Here I have a chat, the the standard chat, and I will post here the information that I want from the flow. Then I will find here, find here Teams, and I will find the option to publish a message in a chat or channel. When I select that option, uh, I have I have two options here. How I want to publish, or how I want that Microsoft Power Automate, sorry, publish the message in the channel or in the chat. I have a user, Power Virtual Agents, or bot or flow both. That is the standard option to publish in Microsoft Teams. I can select user, like the user, like manuel.urbano@planosoft.com. I can publish in that channel. But as if I want that all the people that are in that channel understand that is an automated message, it's better to select Flowbot, because the message can be confused when I write something that I sent manually from the message that sent automated. I will select where I need that the message will be published in a channel, in a group chat, or I want to chat with a flow bot. In this case, I need to notify to the persons of a team that a new answer was filled for a evacuation request. Then I need to send to a channel. When I select channel, the new options is select the team. In this case, I want to select the demo AM, that is the team that I have here, demo AM, and I need to select the channel. In this case, I only have a general channel. But if you want, or if it's necessary, you can add new channel, Power Automate demo. Then I will add, and I have another channel here. If I find at this moment, I have only the general option, but the channel is new. Then I will select another team, and I return to demo AM, and I will see the Power Automate demo for refresh the channel list that I load in the past selection. I will select Power Automate demo, and here I can set the message that you want to show in the chat. Then I will write, hello, a new vacation request was made from a collaborator. A collaborator. Please give the attention to this. Okay, that is the message, and I can write more information here. For example, for example, be careful to review the availability of vacations for the employee. And I can set bold text, italic, put any other font. I can put any information that I want. That is first thing that I want when the vacation request come from an employee that a group in Microsoft Teams will be notified from that. That is the first thing. But I have other things that I want. I will have a planner configured in my team. And I need that instead to put the message, I will create a new task in planner to define the task that have any person, and I will assign that task to a person. I will do that with this way. I will add a new step, but first of that, I will go to my channel, and I will add a planner tab. Let me please wait me a moment. Planner task, planner task. I will add a tab here. I will create a plan. I will do uh, Rush human resource tasks, and I will create this tab here, and is a tab integrated with planner. Here I don't have any task at this moment, but I will create the task from the Power Automated process. I will return to Power Automate here. Then I will start here. I will find planner, and Power Automate will show to me all the tasks, all the activities that we can create for Microsoft Planner. I need to create a task, or I can update a task, or I can create a new plan depending of the of the thing that you want to do with this flow. At this moment, only I need to create a task. When I select create a task, several options appear to me to configure that. I need only to select the group that is assigned at this moment is in demo AM. The plan ID is the human resource task where I need to create the task. The title is necessary to put a title for that. Then I can I can I can create a task that is new vacation request, and I can integrate with dynamic content that can arrive from the message that I publish in Teams, or from the forms response that arrive from the vacation request. From the forms from the forms I can get the response ID. The response ID. I can see, hey, There are a new vacation request. That vacation request is identified by the number, or I can put the message ID, the message ID of Teams. Hey, a new vacation request was created, and the notification was in the notification ID X. I will put here the forms ID because it's more important for me that the person goes to Microsoft Forms, see the answers, and see what answer or what request is necessary to validate. I will put here I response ID from Microsoft Forms. I will put here um, the date, the due date for this task. If I want that, I can put for example, the actual date and 2 days, or the actual date plus 1 day. Um, is It depends of the things or the process that you have in your company. Okay, I will not configure anything. These things in this moment, I have the ID of the assigned users. As I say to you, I want that all team channel will be notified of the vacation request, but the task planner will be assigned to one person only. The person, the lead of the human resource group. And I put here Amal. Okay, let me check. Amal. Okay, I have the assignation to amal.osni at planosoft.com. Okay, wait a moment. Yeah. Okay, I have all configured, all ready for my flow. I receive a response from the Microsoft Forms. When I receive the Microsoft Forms response, I will publish a message in a chat in a team in Microsoft Teams, and after that, I will create a task in Microsoft Planner to notify all the person that I can for attend the vacation request that make an employee. I will save this flow, taking account one thing. This flow works in a free version of Power Automate. Why why works well in this free version? Because I use standard connectors. Standard connectors. I say to you at the start of the presentation that we can integrate with Microsoft DevOps, Azure DevOps, sorry. But Azure DevOps is a premium connector. I need a license for connect to that. But the standard connectors make to you the way to have many things that you want to automate the process. It depends of your imagination, because if you have a process that you can write and you can draw in a paper, you can have it in Power Automate, and it's only a question of have a dynamic to use the standard connectors that are very that we have many connectors to explore all the things that you can do in Power Automate. Okay, at this moment the flow was saved, and Power Automate recommends to me that test the new flow. I will test that. At this moment, the flow, I will test it manually. I will test. In this moment, what Power Automate to say to me? A, start creating a new answer in the Microsoft Forms to detect that answer and start to make all the process. Okay, good. I will go here to the vacation request. Please write your name. Um, Okay, my name is Ernesto Perez. Start date, okay, I want a vacations from March 1st to March 18th. Do you want a remunerated license? Okay, yes. Thanks. The answer was sent. I will return to my flow, and the message is that all the things that I configure in this flow was executed uh, without any problems. When the vacation request, when the answer to the vacation request arrived to the system in 0 second was attended by Power Automate. After that, in 2 seconds was published in the group channel, and in 1 second was created a planner task. I will check that. Okay, the first thing is go to Power Automate demo. Okay, good. I have here the message. Hello, an evacuation request was made from a collaborator. Please give attention to this. Be careful to review the ability of vacation for the employee. Okay, thank you. Thank you, dear Power Platform. That message, the Power Platform don't make anything with that, but okay, it's only for the talk. And I will go to the planner, the plan that I create, and I have here the new vacation request and was assigned to Amados. I have a business process that I create in Power Automate, and I don't need to see the message. For example, I go to my mail at this moment, and I see many messages, and maybe in this message I will lose the vacation request from the collaborator, from Ernesto. But with this flow that I made, I have notifications from in the chat and in the planner teams. That is one process that we can create. I will I can create to a flow from an email. For example, I have important emails that arrive from my clients for a project. For example, I have a project that is called Power Platform Bootcamp. Okay, and my client don't have access to my teams, to my planner, to my DevOps. It's he only send emails, but I want when an email arrives for me from that client, uh, an activity in my channel, in my team channels, will be created, and I want to a planner task in my organization, but from a email. For that, I need only to identify some words, some important words in the email, in the subject from the email. For that, Power Automate identify and create all the process that we start at this moment. Okay, I will create that flow. I will go to create new flow, Azure project emails. Okay, the the start point of this process is an email. Then I will check an email, mail. Sorry, and I will select when arrives a new email in Office 365. The advantage of Power Automate is that we can integrate, for example, with Gmail. If I don't have Office 365, I can integrate with Gmail and make this same process to receive an email, detect some word, detect some things in the email, and create a process in my company. In this case, I will make the example with Office 365. Then I will when an email arrives in Office 365. Okay, that is my start point. In what um, in what folder I don't have more folder than the inbox. In this case, the Power Automate show to me direct the connector because previously I create the integration and I put my my user, my password, and I can integrate that. And Power Automate show me the folder, the default folder that I have in my email. That is the first step. I will create the new step. The next step is to publish something in a group channel. Again, I will check the Microsoft Teams. Okay, I will select the publish a message in a chat or channel, same as we did some minutes ago. I will select okay in a group channel, no, in a channel. In a channel, the team is demo AM and the channel is Power Automate demo. Then here I have again the message, but I have more dynamic content because I can get more information from the email that I I receive at this moment. I put a message. Hey, hey, hey. The Azure client, the Azure project client sent to us an email. Please check the considerations of this. After that, I will put some information the from the message. For example, subject. Subject. I will put here the subject that arrived from from the mail. The next I want to put is the body body of the message. The body of the message is here, and I can put here the if the message has any attachments. I can put the names of the attachments. I don't can I can't sorry I can't put the attachments direct to the channel, but maybe I can get the attachments and put it in a OneDrive folder, for example, if the or a SharePoint folder, and the team can get that attachments easy. I only put the subject and the body. Thank you, team. Team. Okay, and I want the other step is to create um, a planner a planner activity. Then I will check planner again. Planner, create a task. Okay, the group ID, demo AM, the plan ID is a task. I I will create another plan because that is not a human resource task, is a project task. Then I will use that only for the example. Title new requests from project from Azure project. Okay, I don't need to configure anything. If I want, I can assign some some users, but I don't want that. Then I will save this flow. Okay, the flow is ready for use. I will test it manually. Okay, good. Okay, let me check here. Okay, I have something that I don't configure in this flow. Let me check that because at this moment the flow will create all the things when a new message arrives to my inbox, but I need only the message that arrived for the Azure project. Okay, then I need to configure that in the start point. I will show the advanced options, and I will configure from, or maybe I can configure, I can set in the here, for example, in the subject, I can filter some words. For example, I I I tell to my client that all the things that will be related to this project start with the word Azure, and with that word, I will filter the message that I will continue to for the for the for the flow. Then I will set here this Azure. All the emails that come with the subject, the word Azure, starts this flow. Okay, that's all. I will save again, and I will test it manually. And Power Automate tell to me, okay, please send an email to your inbox to start all the flow. Okay, I will do that. Here I have another mail. Then to my email. Okay, here. So Azure, new request for deployment. I have the request for deployment in the second server. Okay, it's only a demo. I will put here the another information. Okay, good. And I will send the email to my inbox. And I will check here. I will wait to arrive the message. Okay, the message arrived, and I will wait that Power Automate detect the message and make all the things that I configure. Okay, the flow is executing at this moment. The message will receive. The message in Teams was published too, and the task in planner was created too. I will check that. I go here and okay, Power Automate demo. Hey, hey, hey. The Azure project client sent to us an email. Please check the consideration of this. The subject, the, the subject that arrived from the message, and the body, the same thing with the sign and all the things that was sent from my client. By this way, my team was notified of that, and my team don't need to have the access to the principal mail that have the client for contact to us. Only, only the team is necessary to check the Microsoft Teams. And I go to Planner and I will see another task that was not assigned to anybody because I don't configure that. I go here and I have new request financial project. Okay, good. Thank you. No more. And that's all. In that way, I see only two processes that I can configure in Power Automate. See the importance that have Power Automate in the management process and the business process that we can have in a company, and the way that that I can configure that without giving permissions to other persons in my organizations to see the information that I need to check that. Only I can consolidate all in a flow. I can consolidate all the permissions, and the information or the yes, the information only can see in another email or maybe in Teams or maybe in Planner or maybe in DevOps if you have the license, and that's all. I don't see any questions or any comments. Many thanks, Diana. Many thanks all the team of the Global Power Platform Bootcamp. That is an excellent opportunity, and I will be here uh, helping to you if you need. Many thanks to all.
Thank
Thank
you. I
you. I
will
will
say
say
the
the
same
same
to
to
you.
you.
Um,
Um,
so yeah, I think I think this actually something cool about it is that we, like I said there at the beginning, we can apply these demos to almost any kind of a scenario. Whatever you want to do, you can just literally change your mind and think about what you really want to do and go and get it. Yeah. So no matter what your business is, if you are, entrepreneur, you are starting your own business. I think many of the things that we are gonna see today with Microsoft Power Apps um, are tools that you can easily integrate and you can easily learn and deploy your ideas. That's really
That's
cool.
it. That's it. Yes.
Um, Yeah, let me see if there are any questions. Uh, I
I
do
don't
not
have
see so
I
far.
don't have questions in the chat.
No, I don't have here.
Okay,
Um,
that's good. That's good. That was all was understand without any problem with my bad English, but was understand.
yeah, no, I think, yeah, if there are any questions, again, please feel free to send us through the chat and we'll answer anytime. So, okay, now let's get ready for our next
Okay,
session.
bye. Bye, Diana. Bye to all. Thank you.
Bye, Manuel. Thank you so much. Thanks for joining us and be part of
It's a
this
pleasure for me.
Global Power Platform Bootcamp Boston edition.
Thank you. It's a pleasure for me. Bye.
Thank you. All right. So, let's see. Okay. Uh, don't forget to fill out the survey. I'm gonna share in a little bit um, the QR, the picture again, if you haven't gotten the picture for the survey. So, continuing with our agenda for today, we will have now on the virtual stage to Hafiz Jimo. I apologize if I'm not spelling it the right way. Uh, um, yeah, so if you will be here in a minute, if you can hear us, Hafiz, we are ready. We're gonna have a session called Making Power BI, Power Apps, and Power Automate Work Together. So we're gonna see a little bit about how we can integrate all these powerful tools. Okay. Hello, can you hear us, FS? Okay, I see your screen. I can hear you. Oh, okay. There you are. Hello. Hello. Okay, hold on 1 minute. We're setting up uh, our with our next speaker. So I think you can hear me, but maybe check your audio settings, your microphone.
Hello.
Hi, I can hear you now.
Yeah. Yeah. Hello, Diana. Hello, everybody.
Yeah, it's
Can
nice to virtual meeting you.
yeah. Can you see my PowerPoint presentation now?
Yeah, I actually stopped seeing your screen, but maybe you want to try again sharing so I can enable here. There you go. Okay,
What about now?
I'm gonna move this here. All right. Yeah. So
Now,
thank you again for being part of our Boston chapter with the Global Power Platform Bootcamp. And if you will like to share some details and an intro, I think all of us were so excited for listening to your session. Actually, and yeah, I mean, just all the time for you.
hi, everybody. Hello. 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 Can someone hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. Hi, Diana. Thank you for thank you, everybody, and I'm happy to be with every one of you. And my section is going to be on Power BI, Power Apps, and Power Automate. We want to look at how we can integrate these two together. And this is going to be a presentation for the Global Platform Bootcamp, which I'm excited to be here with all of us to share some little stuffs about my experience working with these tools with us. And just a brief about what we want to do is that our agenda, we want to look at how we want to build a app. We are going to build a simple app in Power App and integrate it with our data in Power BI, and we are going to work with it such that we are going to be able uh, to have automatic refresh. So as you are putting something in your Power App, you are going to be seeing the reports being updated automatically, whether in your Power BI desktop or in your Power BI service, or whether you use the or whether you use the Power BI mobile app. And the key part of it is that, for example, in my experience as a trainer or when I consult for organizations, I always see people asking questions like, people want to use Power BI, for example, like Excel. So a lot of people that are Power BI developers or that work with Power BI, some people or a larger percentage of people have Excel background. So because of this Excel background, they are like, okay, can I see my data in rows and column? Can I write back to my data? No, we always tell them, because Power BI is not a place you come and edit. You basically do data cleaning and transformation. You model your data, you build your reports. But with Power App, it enables you to do some little editing that you can do. We can write back to our data. You can update your data. And this is going to be useful for in organization, in enterprises that generate a lot of data on a daily basis. So you just need to build that pipeline in Power BI. You can have your Power App such that the different people that need to update this data, the only thing they need to do is to just keep updating their data. The data analyst in the organization does not need to keep on does not need to keep on building new reports every day. You already have a laid down end-to-end solution, and that is what we want to be working on today. And that is exactly what we'll be working on today. And the process is basically like this. We have our data source, we have our Power BI reports, we have Power App, and we have Power Automate. We are going to see what Power Automate is going to be doing for us. And I just want to quickly let us know that, for example, your data source that we use is going to determine how we are going to refresh, for example. So, for example, you can import your data directly into Power BI. So once your data is loaded directly as an import, you can still build a Power Automate flow with it, build your Power App. But you are going to be limited for the Power BI Pro plan. You are going to be only to be limit. You are only going to be limited to 8 refresh in a day. So you can only refresh in 8 times in a day. Then when we have other kind of subscription model, yeah, I think we have 25, so which is like the highest. But we can also import, we can also get our data, connect our data through a direct gateway. So we have some sources that you can use for direct gateway, like the Azure, like SQL Server. So in this our work today, we are basically going to be using SQL Server so that we have a direct gateway with our Power BI reports, and you write back and everything updates. You don't need to do any refresh. You don't need to click any refresh button thanks to our Power Automate. So this is this. We have a lot of connectors with in the Power Platform, basically, even with our Power Automate too. More than 200 connectors. We have Dataverse, which is becoming more popular. But even outside Dataverse, which is by Microsoft, we also have a lot of other stores. We have Excel, we have SharePoint, we have a lot of them. And all these tools, the power it gives us is that it allows us to, we are able to connect to them to any of the Power Platform products we are using. So whether you are using Power BI or you are using Power App or you are using Power Automate, you can connect to these tools and do interesting stuff with your data. So like if we want to follow along in this kind of work, maybe we have a recording or even in this class, what we can do is we have our data in Excel, because the thing is a lot of organizations have their data first in Excel. Well, I'm not talking of very big data of 10 billion rows, but a lot of times people use Excel as a database. Meanwhile, Excel was not actually created to be used as a database. So, but okay, people store their data in Excel. For some reasons, we need to first of all get it to a database. So we put it into our SQL server, which means that you need SQL server on your computer, on your PC to be able to do what we want to do. And you use the SQL Management Studio as a GUI for you to interact with your SQL Server. And we have you need to have on-premise gateway installed also. Yes, although you can use the Power BI desktop for free, but to be able to work with the Power Platform, Power Apps, and to upload to Power BI service, you need a work email. You need a work email. So these are the requirements that we will need in order to be able to do this and to do our task. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to my Power BI desktop. Yeah, I'm going to go to my Power BI desktop. I believe you all can see my Power BI desktop. All right. Okay. So I'm assuming we can see my Power BI desktop screen now. So what we have now, when we look at it, we have a data that has been imported into the Power BI through the direct gateway already. This workshop or this session is not really about how to import data, but basically you can just come to SQL Server and you bring your data through a direct gateway. So it is not a lot of data, it's just very simple data that we can see. We just have about 5 rows, and we have just very simple, and we have a calendar, the dimension calendar, and you can also see that we have our data modeling right here. And that is that. So what we have now is, let's, for an hypothetical situation, what we have is that these are items now. Our goal is we want to have an interface, an app that I can basically be able to add more items or edit some items. So like I have A001 oranges, it has been delivered, but A004 bananas shipped. So after it has been shipped for some hours or days, it's going to be eventually to be delivered. So let's assume I want to edit this status of A004 to delivered. It means I need to go back to my original data source. But with Power App, I can build a Power App such that once I have this Power App, I can just select this guy. Once I select it, I can edit it. Once I edit it, it's right back to the data, my report updates. So that is a simple example of what we want to do. And so let's get started. And again, like I said, we need a work email and we need to be signed in already. So interestingly, for for very new updates in 2021, so I expect everybody is using updated version of Power BI. You can see now that we have Power Automate as a visual inside your Power BI desktop. We also have Power Apps inside Power BI desktop. So what we have now is we want to build a simple app. So let me just take this guy into a second screen. Let me just take it into a page, another page, and I want to build a simple Power App. Now I'm just going to basically click on this guy, and you can see now that I have my interface. So you need to select the fields you want in your data feed. So I'm going to come to my fact table, sales food, and I'm going to have item ID, item name. Let us also bring status and item name, status, unit price, and quantity. So let us bring these items. So after you have selected this guy, you cannot create new. If you don't select anything, you won't be able to create new. So, and you can also build your app outside. You may not necessarily start from here. You can go to the Power App Studio. You do whatever you want to do, and you can choose your app here. But I always prefer this approach. I start from here and I click on create new. So once I click on create new now, and it asks me that, okay, go to the Power App Studio. It generates a long link. You don't need to copy, just click on OK. It opens your browser. I believe we can all see me, right? We can see my screen. So it opens my Power App now. So I have my Power App. I'm signed in automatically. And we can see now that if I zoom in now, you can see I have the 5 items already. This is Power App. And one thing you will also notice is if you start from your Power BI and you integrate it, you are going to have Power BI integration here also. So we have our Power BI integration here by default. Normally, if you create a Canvas app in Power BI, you won't see this Power BI integration. But because we are coming from Power BI, that is why we have Power BI integration. Okay, but this is not what, this is a gallery. This is not what I need. I'm just basically going to delete this gallery. And after I've deleted this gallery, I'm going to bring in a form. I'm going to insert a form. So this form is going to be an interface where I'm going to eventually be able to do what? Be able to add my data. But you can see now this is our Power App now. We need to have access to our data source, the same data source that we connected to in Power BI. So I'm going to come to over here to data. I'm going to add my data. The type of data is SQL Server. I'm going to click on SQL Server. This is the server, and I'm going to select the data. I'm going to add my data somewhere. It's going to show up. It's going to show all the tables in my. It's taking some time, but we should have it in a moment. Okay, let me check. Yeah, this is the data, sales food. Okay. Okay, now I have it and it is sales food. So this is the table I'm interested in. I'm going to check it. I'm going to click on connect. Now I've connected to that particular table and it's trying to load, and we have our sales food already in our Power App. So I'm going to come to data source over here and I'm going to click on sales food. And once I click on it, I have this. I'm going to come to fields, going to add field, and I'm going to have my items that I need to. In the first case we want to do is we want to add new items. So the items I want to add. So status, quantity. Let me just select this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I click on add. Okay, I'm going to close this guy and we can increase the size of this. And once we have that, we have our form. We can just bring it slightly. And this is our form now. We can see. One thing I also attention I want to call to us is that if you are using SharePoint, for example, as a data source, I mean OneDrive as your data source, you just bring it in the same way we did it here. But for SQL Server, there is also one additional thing you need to do. Your table you are bringing in, the data you are bringing in, which is this sales food data that we are bringing in, you need to specify in SQL the what's it called, the primary key. So if you don't specify the primary key, you will not be able to have edit capability over here. For example, when I come over here now to this guy, you can see now that I can be able to edit. So you will not be able to edit. So this is very important. And for us, let me just go to my SQL server. You can see this is the same data. You just need to right click and specify the primary key. And that is why we have it here like this. You won't have it like this if you don't specify it. And because what we want to do now is we want to add new data, we just come to edit, we click on new. So we need to specify that what we want to do is new. We are not editing. We want to add new data. And once we are done with that, we just need to, we have a couple of things we need to do. Best practice, let me just rename this guy and call it new form. And we rename this guy new screen. And now we need to put a button that we will be able to use to submit. And we just come over here and we have our button and we specify submit. Okay, and we increase this. Everything looks good. We are happy. Now, when I come over here now, this is my form. I can write anything I want to put inside and submit. But we need to do some things. This submit button, we need to specify some properties for it. That when I click on submit, where are you on select? I need to specify and say that, okay, so submit form. And which form do you want to submit? New form. So once that button is clicked, that is the action we want it to do. And we also want it to reset it back to the previous state. So we have reset form function and we put new form inside it. So we have this now. One thing we also need to do is what? We have this. We also need to come to our new form. In our new form now, we need to tell our new form that, okay, once once there is a success in submitting, there is a property called on success, and we come over here now. So for this on success, we want it to do two things. On success of some form submission, what do you want it to do? You want it to refresh your Power BI integration. This step is very important. It refreshes the Power BI integration the connection between it, and it also notifies us that, okay, the form has been submitted. So we are going to write some simple functions there, which is we have Power BI integration dot refresh, and we just close the brackets, semicolon, and we have a notify also, notify, and inside my notify, I'm going to have success. So that is the message I want to output, and the notification type dot success. Success is going to be dot success, and you can see it has a timeout. So let's specify. You can see text, notification type, and timeout. We just close the bracket. Everything looks good. We are happy. Now we are done. We are done with this. We come to our submit. Everything looks good in our submit too. And that is that about that. There are some couple of things we could do again, but I want us to first of all test what's the simplest thing we have out now so that we see the progress. So I'm going to save this Power App. I'm going to give it a name. What name should we call it? Food, sales food boosting app. And we click on save. Since it's Power App, once you save, you don't need to publish because this is our first time of doing it. Subsequently, we can be publishing. Now I need to go back to my Power BI screen. This is my Power BI screen, and you can see this. The app is trying to refresh. It always takes about 30 seconds or so before you see the changes. Yeah, we have it now. So I hope we all can see what we have, ladies and gentlemen. So now we need to specify, I said this is a new form. We just specify, let's just have an item ID A007, and we have a unit price. Let's call it this, status delivered. It's just, and let's say 10 also, and let's call it avocado, and we submit. So if you click on submit now, you can see we have our success message, but we don't have any, no change has happened here yet. Why is there no change? Because we have not been able to, we've not refreshed our data sets yet. We have not refreshed our data set. If I click on refresh now, we are going to see what is going to happen. So it takes some, think the, okay, let us just go through it again. Transform data. Let's check what the problem is. Okay, everything looks good. So let's just add an item again, A0007. We call this 100, status delivered, quantity 100, item name, let's call it avocado. Let us just do it again. Success. So it won't reflect here. The reason it's not reflecting is because we don't have what's it called? We don't have we have not done anything to automate the refresh process. But if we click on refresh, or yeah, you click on refresh, I think there is an issue with this 7 rows, this columns, date in say contain blank, and this is not allowed. Okay, I think there is an issue with my date column. Let us just we are not using this for now. We are not using calendar. Yeah, let me just remove this for now. Okay, and let's click on the refresh again. I don't expect. Okay, yeah, you can see now upon refresh, you can see now that we have the 2 items I added. I have avocado, the 2 items I added. We can see it now, but we don't want to we don't like to always click on this refresh. You can see now it has been added. If I try to add another item, let's call it B001, unit price. The name of the item is let's call it biscuit, and we come to quantity 100, and status on transit. Just an example. I've selected it. I click on refresh. You can see now that we have our biscuit now, but we don't want to always click on refresh every time. We want to have a live connection. So what do we need to do? In order to do this, let us first of all upload our work to the Power BI service. So we need to upload it to Power BI service, and I upload it to Abdul Workspace, and it's up. We just need to upload it to the Power BI service to do this, and we don't need to. Okay, let us just open it for now. Let's open it for now, and once we have that, let us go back to our Power App. Now we want to just include that thing that we allow us to do what that we allow us to have a schedule refresh, which is going to be that is going to help us refresh our data automatically, our report automatically when this button is clicked. So when this button is clicked, you want it to happen automatically. So what do? We need to do Power Automate for that. And we are going to come to action, come to Power Automate. So I have some flows already. I need to create a new flow. And I just want to quickly show us how to do that. And we create a new flow. We can use a template, or you can decide to create your own from scratch. If I want to create my own from scratch, I just need to come up instant cloud flow. We call it boosting sales food boosting flow. Okay. And we select our Power App. We scroll down. We click on create. Now, what do we want to do? There is a particular action available for us. Even when you click on Power BI, you can see now that we have a lot of actions. You can see now this is our Power App. Our Power App is over here. There are a lot of you can connect to it, but in this case, we want an action related to Power BI, and there is one called Power BI refresh. Yes. Refresh a data set. We click on it. And once you click on it, it asks you for the workspace. That is why we need to upload it to publish it to the Power BI service. And we click on the name of the workspace. What's the name of the data set, which is the Power Platform demo. And we click on save. We are done with our flow. And we come back to Power App. We come back to this button. I want to add it, but it always cancels it. So you don't want to repeat yourself. Just copy it first, click on Power Automate, and you try to find it, sales food boosting flow. And I'm going to click on it. I'm trying to add it to this Power App. I'm adding my flow now, my Power Automate flow. So I have it now in my onSelect property, onSelect, and I just need to paste back these guys. Yeah, everything looks good now. So this button now, once it is clicked, we already know what is going to happen. It is going to do what? Refresh a data set. So everything looks good. What do we need to do next is we need to save our work. Once the work is saved, we need to publish. Yeah, you need to publish it again, publish this version. And we go back to our Power BI. We go to our Power BI. It takes 1 minute and 30 seconds or so before you will be able to see the changes effected. So we can just wait, or we first of all go back to, let us open our app.powerbi.com. Let us see what we upload, and I select my account. And I go to my workspace. Workspaces, yeah, the workspace. And we have, where are you? I think this is it. Yeah, Power Platform demo. Yeah, we have it. So you can see now this is the Power BI service. We have the our simple app that we have linked together. So we can actually test it out here too. So let us try and add an A008, and the unit price, and the status is which item. I think we can add, let's add mango as a fruit, and it has been delivered to you, quantity 10, and we click on submit. If our flow has been I don't think it has been updated yet. It takes about 30 seconds or so, then, or less than a minute, before you see the changes effected. Before you see the change, because we want it to, we don't want to click on any refresh. So let us just check it here let us check it here also. Let's check it here also. Uh, an item name, let's add Pierre. I just want to, okay, I think I should not have, let's just do it again. Item ID is 008, unit price, let's call it 100 bucks, delivered, quantity 100, and we have Pierre. And we click on submit. We click on submit, but I don't think it takes. What we need to do is, let us first of all click on refresh first to make sure that this whole work is refreshed. And we and let us do it again. I'm sure we are going to see it in a moment. It just takes time, some 30 seconds to 1 minute or so. Transit, then chocolate, and we call this guy C009, and click on submit. I'm not having it here yet, so let us go and check our, where are you? Let us go and check. Everything looks good. Submit form, reset form. We come over here, Power BI integration, success. Okay, we do my Power BI. We click on publish, but this doesn't really affect it. We need to, yeah, replace it. Uh, Okay, let's try it again. C001, 100, status delivered, quantity 10, let's call it chocolate. What's happening? Let's go back over here again. Power BI integration, is our flow added correctly? Sales food boosting app, Abdul Power Platform demo. Da-da-dum. Okay, I know what to do. We are just going to do something very simple to make sure we are seeing the updates. Let's button is just something to notify us that it has been refreshed. We need to first of all know that it's seeing the new version of our app. So I'm going to save it again, and I'm going to, after saving it, now I've saved it, I'm going to republish it. So I just changed the button color so that I'm going to be very sure I'm going to have something to notify me. And we come back over here, we can see we don't have our green color yet. We just need to have a way to refresh our page first to make sure that we have the latest. Yeah, we have it now, and we have going to have C001 C001 unit price 100, status delivered, quantity 100 chocolate, and we click on submit. What's happening? Let's check again. I think there is a fundamental error somewhere. On select. Where are you? On select, submit form, new form, reset form. Okay. But yeah, it's not even this. Then that is on select of this button, and on success of this, it should do this. And sales food, yeah, and let us save. Everything seems to look good. We are going to get it done in a moment. Everything seems to look good. Okay, I want to change the color again. I need something to notify me that, okay, save. Publish this version, and you can either do it from the Power BI desktop or from the Power BI service. Yeah, we have this guy, but the issue I have is I don't want to click on manual refresh. My button, my flow should work. So let us add a new item, status transit, quantity 10, item name, what item should we call it? Pizza. We have success, which means it has been done, but one way it's not updating. So we need to, it seems we need to click on this refresh. Do we see it or not? Yes, we see it, but this is what I want to avoid. So let us go back. Okay. I think, yeah. So let us go back to our flow. I think our flow of our Power App, we are going to know exactly what is wrong with it. So on success, on select, I mean, we have sales food, new form, or maybe we just recreate this guy. Let us just recreate this guy. Action, Power Automate. Okay, we don't have the flow now, and let us sales food boosting app, and we close the bracket. We add submit form and new form. Yeah. New form, everything looks good. I want to change this guy again, don't mind me, it's just a way to quickly know I have my update. Yeah, I save and I publish. And we go back to our Power BI desktop. We go back to our Power BI desktop. Okay, I think we have something we did not do here. Power BI integration dot refresh. Do we have it? Yeah, we have it. Dot success, notification type dot success. Yeah, everything looks good. And we first of all want to have the latest version of our app here first. So we should see a green button. Then we are sure that we have it. Not yet. Not yet. Yeah, we have it. So let's publish this version. In fact, I think you don't even need to publish self, but let's republish it. Let's republish this version. Yeah, we replace you. And we open it. And let's have B0 item ID B001, unit price 100, status transit 100, banana. Okay, so it seems you need to, at the moment we still need to click on our refresh. Our flow is not working yet, but there is something else we can also do. We are going to test another flow now. So what we can do is, let us come to Power Automate. We come to Power Automate. We want to do a flow for email notification. Let us just quickly confirm that and let us just use this guy. We add a new step. We are going to come to Outlook email. 365 Outlook, send an email V2, and let's rename this guy send email posting. And over here now, we want to make it dynamic. We ask in Power App, our subject also, we see more, ask in Power App, see more, and you ask in Power App, and you click on save. Once we are done with that, we are done with this flow. We are done with this flow. We can come to our Power App now, and we can see now that we have it. So what we need to do is we need to bring this flow to this button, to unselect of the button. And let me just copy this out because it removes it once I try to add it. And we have send email busting. We add it now. So it's adding. You can see now. We could have typed it out ourselves, but I just want to let us know how this works. So now this send email busting, it requires some parameters inside. The parameters we didn't specify, those emails. So now it requires, if you see this bracket, it requires to. So let me send it to myself. The account I'm using is fees at yglw8 dot on microsoft.com, and we need to specify subject. So let us just use a static subject. Now we can make it dynamic. We call it new item added, and over here to let us make it new item added, and we close the brackets now. So everything looks good. And we have this. let me confirm again on select. So we've added 2 flows now. So we want to run this flow on select of this button. Okay, so let me save. Let me publish this version, and we go to my, it has been published now. We just need to make sure that the change is we is effected. So you, not yet, we want to have it blue, so you just take some few seconds. Yeah, we have it. So now let me open my email also, so that we can see how email is going to be received. I think, is it this? Now we have let's call it A0010, unit price 100, status ordered. So it has been ordered already. And which fruit should we use? Let's call it which fruits do we have? I, I don't think this is I don't think this is the latest version of the app, because we've added some fruits. Let me just, clicking on submit. Before clicking on submit, we want to make sure we are using the latest. Yeah, I know that. So let's just repeat the step. A0010, unit price 100, status delivered, quantity 100, item name, what do we want to call it? Plantain, and we click on submit. So it is supposed to trigger a flow now. A flow is supposed to be triggered. Once that flow is triggered, what we are going to have is that an email is going to be received. So I'm going to come here now. Can we see now that we have new item added? New item added. So we can make this flow dynamic now. So it means that from your Power BI app now, a new item is added, you see it, and it also triggers a flow that sends an email to who you want it to send to. So we can also do something like you can specify, you can modify this guy now to say that we want it to tell us the user dot full name. Yeah, so we want it to say that, okay, a particular user, maybe within an organization, you have shared this app and people can add items to it. So we want to be notified. Maybe the manager wants to know who adds what. So what we are going to have is user dot full name, and we use an ampersand instead. User dot full name, and yeah, it added something, added new item. So we could also do something that will tell us the name of the new item that has been added. So we can say that added what did the person add? So the person added a new item name. We need to create a variable item name, and I'm going to now come to my new form where I need to bring what has been added exactly. This is the item name. It resides inside this box. I'm going to first of all make sure it is unlocked. So these are just some stuff, and I'm going to use the onChange property. OnChange, there is a property called onChange. So inside this onChange, what am I going to have there? I'm going to set the variable set. So now we have item name. So that is the name I'm using. Item name, data. Let us know the exact name of this guy, which is data card value 5. Data card value 5. Dot text. So we close it now. So we have set it now, item name, and we come over here. We should have our item name specified. There is still an error somewhere I'm trying to see. Okay, and yeah, I got you. And so now we want it to tell us that, okay, the name of the person that added the item added and the item name that has been added. So what do we need to do? We save. Once we have saved, what do? You publish. Wait for about 30 seconds or so. You come to your Power BI report. You come to your Power BI report and let's just hold on a bit for it. You try to trigger the flow. Excuse me. You use the button to trigger the flow. Once there is a flow that has been triggered, you are supposed to receive an email, which is the email I specify. So let us try it out now and CC001 and call it 100 status delivered. Quantity is going to be quantity 10, and let's say that chicken has been delivered to us. I will click on submit. So it's supposed to trigger the flow and send an email to us. So we should receive the email. So now do I have it or not? So you can see it's still giving me the previous version. So it means that we don't have the updates yet. So we need to just hold on for it. So that is one thing we can do. While we wait for this to get updated, there is also another thing we can do, which is how much time do I have left? I have about 5 minutes left, right? Diana? Hello? Okay, so now, Diana? Okay, so there is also another thing we can do. We can create a new screen that you can integrate. This is Power App now that you can integrate with your what? With your Power BI. So we can come over here and say, we call it Power BI Visual. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah. My time
Yeah,
is up.
sorry. Um, yeah, you have like 5 minutes more.
Okay, so let me just show this as the final. So we
Yeah, no
just,
worries. Take your time.
yeah, we integrate Power BI into it. Click on Power BI and you click on this guy. Also, no, I wanted to insert Power BI tile. So I insert the Power BI tile. So it's going to ask you for the workspace, the dashboard, and the tile. So which means that we need to first of all let us just take this simple visual that we have and let us pin it to a new dashboard, and let us call it Boston dashboard. And we click on pin. So it has been pinned. We can go to our dashboard to confirm. So this is the simple dashboard. It's just a very simple example. We come to our Power App. What do? Come to, it's inside my Abdul workspace, and we have Boston dashboard, and we have just one visual there. And I have it now, and in a moment I should see it. Now we have it. So we can see now that we can have a Power BI report that you can update automatically. You can have your Power App that you can bring a Power BI visual of a data. So we don't really need to have access to this screen in our Power BI, reports that we have over here. If we come over here now, we don't really care about. Let me just Power Platform. Yeah. So we don't see. Excuse me. We don't really care about because we have it already here. So there's nothing that concerns us about the second screen that contains the visual. This visual is for someone that is within the app. And within the Power App too, you can decide to run your what's it called? We can decide to run this app. If you run this app, it is still going to update the data, and you are going to see the results inside the what? Inside your Power BI dashboard or reports, anything that you have built. So everything just work together like that. So that is just that about what I want to show us. Let us just test this guy one final time to see the email that we add. I created an update for the email, and unit price, uh, status delivered. Let's say we are on to 100 line, and we click on submit. So success, we should receive an email in a moment. You can see now, so Afis Jima, which is my name now, added line. You can see now that it is different from what we had previously. All thanks to our power apps that we were able to use a function in this our send email feature. So we can, I think we just need to put a space here. Yeah, everything looks good. So there are a lot of things we can do. Power Platform wants to help us to automate our work processes for organization. So you do that is thanks to Power Automate, but it also integrates with a lot of other tools that when you properly integrate it very well, you don't need to do the same thing every day, every day, every day. So you ease the life of people you work with or the organization that you work with. You solve problem, and the interesting part is you are writing little or no code. Just since morning, we can see now that we only wrote just very simple functions. So, which is very low code, and we can see with that is how we can integrate it. And when you come to Power Automate here, also you can create different flows. The previous speaker talked about the Power Automate for a number of times. So you can link it with Teams for an action. You can do anything that you want it to do. So it is not compulsory that it is an email. We have just showed an example of how you can make Power BI, Automate, and Power Platform work together with a simple example. And if you also want to edit, it is also very easy to do. Let's assume you want to edit a particular item. You just need to come over here and you change this guy to edit, and you use a lookup function to identify that particular item you edit when you select it. And that is all about that. I think I have something in my slide. Yeah, that is all. That is all. So that is one of the advantages of using direct query, because you are not limited. You can always trigger it several times in a day. That is what this is about. So thank you to our sponsors, to the sponsors of the Global Power Platform event. Thank you to Diana for organizing this bootcamp, and I'm happy to receive any question from the audience.
Yeah, thank you so much. Very nice demo, and it's always a challenge to have real demos, so I think it went pretty well. Yeah, thank you so much. Very nice. Yeah, I don't see any questions so far in the chat, so again, thank you. I'm gonna share with all of you here the picture for the survey. So here, okay, yeah, here's my screen. So, okay, if you haven't filled the survey, remember we have some swag and prizes for the attendees. So just answer a couple questions. It's very easy. Don't forget to choose the Boston Power Platform user group, and that's it. It's very simple. Yeah. Let me see. Wow, I see, our next speaker is right here behind the screen. So, Jefes, thank you so much. Looking forward to keep talking to you and have you as a speaker as well in some of our next sessions for the user group. And I really appreciate it, and thanks for sharing your
Yeah,
knowledge
yeah,
and to be part of this chapter today. Thank
yeah,
you. And thank you.
yeah. You're welcome. Thank you. Have a nice day.
You too. All right.
Hey, good morning or good afternoon.
Daniel. Hey, I'm so excited to have you. Like I said to you before, welcome to the Boston Power Platform user group. We're so excited to have you. And for all of you that doesn't know Daniel, it's my pleasure to introduce him because he's uh, excellent person and member of the community of the student ambassadors, and now recognized as Microsoft MVP. So it's part of the family, anyways. And super fun guy. I've seen lots of his sessions, and I really love the way you present and you make the demos super creative, super interactive, super cool. So, well, Daniel, I don't want to take too much of your time because I know we are a little bit late, not too much, but um, so yeah, very welcome. Help us with a little bit, telling us a little bit about you, and I'll be here in the background if you ever need me. I'll be moderating the channel. Yeah, just let me know how can I help.
Wow, thank you so much for this amazing introduction. I'm really excited to be here in this global power platform event, in this particular case in Boston edition. And wow, it's nice to see you again as well. And we are ready, of course, to in this case to learn about how to use Automate in different scenarios. In this particular case with .NET. Yeah, you can hear right, .NET.
Yeah, developers, developers, developers.
So let me check here to share my screen and everything to you. Uh, Share screen. Oh, I can share a window. I hope you can see now. Yeah, this is awesome. Thank you very much, everyone. And it's a whole pleasure to be able to greet you in this special event. I'm so happy to be here. In this particular case from Ecuador. I'm Colombia, but currently I live in Ecuador. And in this case, to check how to automate business process with Power Automate from .NET Solutions. In this particular case, with web applications. I take the opportunity to introduce me a little more. I'm Microsoft MVP at the same time as Diana. Yes, in this particular case in DevTech. And also I have the opportunity to be recognized as a Sharp Corner MVP. I'm software engineer. Currently, I work as a developer advocate in one company from Czech Republic and also a software engineer here in Ecuador. And always is a pleasure to be able to participate in communities activities because we can exchange knowledge between each other. My native language is Spanish. Sorry if I say something wrong, but the idea is have a communication, and if you have questions, ideas, we can interact between each other and enjoy the event. So our agenda or our menu to this session is the next. To start, we can check a little more about this wonderful world of Power Platform, that is that we can do it, and then have a tour in Power Automate to check two scenarios. One scenario is, for example, when we work with Microsoft Forms, we can automate some process, for example, send emails when one answer is submitted. And also we can automate some process, in this particular case, in our ASP.NET web applications integrated with Power Automate. Next, we can talk a little more with questions, answers, ideas, and this is for the session. Okay, we can talk. We can get started talking about the wonderful world of Power Platform. Probably you know in a previously session about this amazing platform, and in this particular case, we can do a big ecosystems to build amazing platforms and integrate with other processes in Office 365, with Azure, with Dynamics 365 as well, to integrate in low-code applications. Yeah, very fast and very easy to work. So we can see here 4 principal steps in Power Platform, or 4 different scenarios that we can apply. The first point, Power BI, to work with business analytics service with data and have a dashboard and prepare the data. This is very awesome a tool, because we can integrate with data in a very easy way with some processes here in Power BI. The same in Power Apps, in this particular case, to create a rapid low-code applications as the business needed. And the other part, Power Automate, to automate literally anything with hundreds of thousands of processes that we can automate, and we can see now. And the other part on Power Platform scenario is Power Virtual Agents, to create powerful chatbots and integrate with other services. For example, with Power Virtual Agents, we can integrate very easy with the Azure Community Services, for example, to create chatbots, smart chatbots, and it's the same for the other scenarios with Power Apps, for example, and Power Automate. In our case, we are talking about Power Automate. Power Automate allows you to automate many processes with many services, not only in Microsoft. We can use this Power Automate to automate other processes in other in externally services, for example, in Gmail, in the cloud, and many, many more, as we can go to see now. Okay, now I'm going to share my other presentation here that you can see now. In this particular case, to go to Power Automate and see this powerful platform. Okay, I'm going to share this. Okay, I hope you can add to the stream in this moment to everything can see this screen. So we need to add to the screen in this moment. Okay, to access to the Power Automate platform. Oh. To add the screen. if production can help you with that. Oh. Okay, we can see the screen now. I'm going to log in with my Office
Sorry about that.
365 now. No, don't worry for that. So here we can work with Power Automate with Office 365 account to work with this process. The process is very similar with other platforms like Power Virtual Agents or Power Apps. So I'm going to go to this option. Okay, okay, we can see now. There are many tools that we can consider and many options here. For example, connectors or data. We can go to this section. In connectors, we can connect, as we previously said, we can connect with many services, many sources, for example, our emails, databases, and external products. In this particular case, I use Power Automate to to send automatically emails. In this section, we can add a new connection. This is important. For example, in OneDrive to handle it files, also SharePoint, Salesforce, SQL Server, Dropbox, and a large list of connectors that we can use to establish connection with other services. Here we can see WebEx by Cisco, some cloud solutions, and many other connectors that we can consider. Not connectors, connections. Okay. Here in my connections, we can see this email, for example. The only thing we need to do is log in that service. In this particular case, log in this email. We can also fix or switch this account, but this is the idea. As a first point, have connections with other services to later have some flows and automate some process. In the other side, we can go to connector sections. The connector sections allows you to automate some process that is have flows with some steps, and the connectors allows you to connect these steps to achieve something. For example, in Office 365 processes, we can see, let me load that. Okay, in connectors, for example, we can automate the processes to create contacts, create events, send emails, receive, update emails, delete contacts as well. There are many connectors with these functionalities. And the other side, we can find the flows. The flows are the steps that we can build to generate some process. So the first example that we can review is when we have a Microsoft Forms and then we want to send automatically emails to notify the users, for example. So in the first point, let me create one Microsoft Forms here to automate this form. So I'm going to create a new form here. Okay, with the same Office 365 account, of course. So I'm going to put here global Power Platform Boston 2022. And I'm going to add two questions. Name and other name here for the email, for example. Email address. Okay, these two questions. When the users fill this form, the idea is receive an answer by mail. So this is all. Now we can go back to Power Automate and create a new flow. We can create, I have the options to create a flow here as well. Automated cloud flow, but in this case I don't want to create with a template. The idea is create everything from scratch. So I'm going to have this to see this environment. Okay, we can see this workflow, and here select our connectors that we can work with that. So let me see here. And the first idea is work with Microsoft Forms to receive one submission, right? So in Microsoft Forms, we can go, we can find triggers and actions. Triggers when something happens and actions to do something. So the first thing is have this trigger, select this trigger. So when we have a new um, answer in our form, we can activate this trigger. So the first point we need to do here is select that form. And the form is Global Power Platform Bootcamp Boston 2022. Here we need to select that, and then we need to specify or get the response details of the submitted or the filled form. So I'm going to add new step here and select the option get, or only we can also search in this way, Microsoft Forms here, get response details. Okay, what is the form ID is again Global Power Platform Bootcamp 2022, and the response ID is the ID. So let this ID. Okay, and finally, in a very easy way, as you can see, we can send an email. This is our first idea. So let me create a new step. We can send email with many types of email services. For example, in Gmail, we can find this option here to send email, delete, get emails as well. But my mail is on Office 365. Yeah, here, and our action is send an email. Triggers, we have some triggers as well here. If we receive an email, we can automate some processes as well with event is modified and other processes in triggers. So in this case, the activity is action, and I'm going to send an email. So we can use dynamically fields to get the details of the form and use here in our email. So we can put here an email statically, but we can add dynamically content to select response details. In this case is email address, this email address, and the subject we can put something here. We can get something for the form, but we can put here, for example, global power platform bootcamp 2022. And in this section here, we can put a body. I'm going to put hi, and we can show advanced options. For example, the importance of this email, if low, normal, or high way. We can put here in normal. If we want to attach items up to the email as well, we can also automate these items. And that's it. That's it, our first workflow. Demo 1. Okay, I'm going to save. And what we need to do in this moment, try Microsoft Forms. In this case, I'm going to this example. I forget mentioning that we can select here from what email that we can or we want to send this email. For example, I'm going to select this other one and prove it. Send. Okay. I'm going to now to my Office account to check my email and see if I received that. Okay, I can see here a new email, Power Platform Bootcamp 2022. Oh, that's awesome. As you can see here, my hi word from the email that I previously select, right? In the other example. But we can personalize as much as we want. For example, in this case, it's very simple body in this part. In our component here, in our body, we can use, for example, HTML as well to have a nice email, as we can see here. So I have one example here of email in HTML. For example, we can send this by email. And how we can do that? I have HTML code. I know that you can see now, but I'm going to copy this HTML code. So let me 1 second to copy that externally, and the idea is sent in this format. The email. So I have the HTML here. Just one moment more. I'm going to copy that. Okay, I have it. As you can see, for example, we can use HTML tags here. So I have the other tags, a big HTML that is this one. And here we also can use automatically fields or dynamic fields. For example, here we can say, hey student, or hola aprendiz in Spanish. The idea is, for example, we can personalize it according to the answer of the users here. So we can add dynamically content here. Let me check the option. Let me select the word first. We can find here student. And I'm going to show you here. This option is name. The name dynamically field was added, and also I'm going to change here name. Okay, we can save that, and I don't have to create a new entry in the form. This is one way, but also we can go to this option, test, this one, clicking on that, and test the flow automatically with recently used trigger 3 minutes ago. I'm going to test. We can see here how is the flow running, and I get the notification here. So we can do that as well, these amazing things. For example, hey Daniel, and the next message in the mail. So this is the most easy way that we can explore Power Automate in this particular case, and the process that we can do. If something is wrong, we can see here the details of each execution of this flow, and go here and see the details of this flow. For example, if we enter here a wrong email, send it, I can back here and see, okay, this process is failed. We also can receive notification by mail if something happened wrong, to have this alert. So we can see here the details if something is wrong. Okay, and solve it as possible. So we can add, for example, one solution can be add validation in the flow as well, but we can take into this consideration in mind. Okay. Okay. The other process that we can consider here is use that from our web applications, in this particular case with .NET. But we are going to to check that example, but we can consider desktop, mobile, and every type of solutions. I know that the idea of Power Platform is work with low code, but if we want to work with high code as well, we can do that. So, um, to achieve this goal to code Power Automate from our solutions with code, we can create other flow and work with HTTP request. Okay, I'm going to my flows and create a new one in this site. I'm going to skip to have um, a clean uh, workspace, and I'm going to share one particular connector. In this case, I'm going to search HTTP. Okay, this one. When an HTTP request is received, the idea is, for example, in our applications, send an HTTP request. We can send, post, get, anyone, and do something according the data that we are receiving in this HTTP request. Okay, let me show you. Okay, when an HTTP request is received, this is the control, and we have three important parts here. The URL to call this HTTP will be generated after to save, because as a first point we need to define the schema of this HTTP to receive the attributes that we want to work. To do that, we can use a sample of JSON format to generate that schema. So I'm going to show you one example here that I have. Let me show you here, not this one, this other one. I have this example in JSON because I want to work with three attributes: email address, email subject, and username. So we have these three attributes, and I'm going to copy that and paste here as a example of a JSON. I'm going to do that in done, and here we can see how Power Automate help you to the format of this schema. In this particular case, we can see here the type of this JSON is an object, the properties email address of the type string, the same for email subject string, and username string. We can personalize as we need it. Okay, other thing we need to take into consideration is this other one. Let me show you advanced options. We need to specify here the method. The method of the HTTP request. We can select a get, put, post, patch, delete, because we, in this particular case, the intention is send an email as well as previously we see. But we can do other things. For example, um, delete one record from databases, update some processes, another one. So here I'm going to put a post HTTP method. We can also personalize our URL, establishing a related path, but we can work with that. So if I put one name in my solution, probably it can save me this now, because I only have one action or trigger in this particular case. I need to add something more. So let me add a new step here, and we can consider again send Office 365 send email here, and we can see, or we can do something similar on this process. So let me add dynamic content. The dynamic content can receive from here email address, email subject, and username. So in this particular case is to email address, subject, email subject here, and the path. We can specify it, our body, as we can use previously with HTML message. Put here, and okay, that's it. Um, I'm going to replace these static parts. Student, that is aprendiz in Spanish. Let me search that. Student username and aprendiz username again. And probably I can save now. Save. Okay, when I save this flow, we can see now the HTTP post URL. And that is the URL that we can use from our solutions. In this case, we are going to check a web solution from ASP.NET 6. So I hope production can help me to add my other screen here. So let me share with you again. Let me one moment more. Oh, okay, I have my screen ready here. Oh, awesome. You can see now. So let me show you this class, in this particular case in C#. I have this URL from Power Automate, as you can see here, and I can see something interesting here. Brazil South is the location where are located these services, and in my case, I'm in Ecuador. Power Automate helps you to host our services as close as possible of our locations, because we can reduce, I don't remember that word in English, latencia. That is the time that our data is traveling from our application to the data centers where these services are located. But this is the idea. For example, in Boston, you can see in central US, SUS, and many regions that are located in the United States. So this is the first point, our string. Then we can specify a method to call from our views or other processes in our application. In this case, send an email. And the parameters are username, the address to send the mail, and the email subject. Okay. So as a first point, we need to specify a HTTP client to call to the HTTP request. And here we can specify this client. With why? With this URL of the service and with other attributes as well. For example, we are sending attributes, username, address, and email address, and that format is in JSON. So with this client, the next step is create a HTTP request, one message. And this request is with the method post, as we agreed previously in our flow in Power Automate, and with our client, with with its base address here, with this URL. And then we can, or we need to specify the body of the message. In this case, one JSON with the email address, email subject, and username, as we see previously in one example of the example of the JSON. Here we can specify the request of the content, and finally make the request to the request established with the client here and get the response. Probably here the final process is send the email. So aquí, so here we can get okay, status, success status, everything was fine, or get something wrong. For example, if the URL is wrong or something happened in the process. For example, something can be happen is the email is wrong and the process can be failed. But there are many options that we can consider here. But uh, generally, this is the idea: have this HTTP client and the HTTP request message. With this in mind, in other parts of the code, for example, I have here this application. When I insert a new student, this is one demo to create, update, delete, edit information of students. I'm creating here a new student and saving it in the database. So I'm adding here this process. Oh, you are not seeing my screen.
No, you,
Sorry.
okay, good.
Okay. Okay. I'm saving um, this information in the database, and also I call in here our Power Automate service, this other one that we see previously, send email, and here we send these parameters. In this case, for the username, we send the first name, the other one, the student email, to send the email, and the subject of the email. Greetings from Global Power Platform Bootcamp 2022. So I'm going to show you the execution of this demo. I would like to share all my screen, but I can't. Sorry for that. I'm going to show you this application. Okay, this is the demo. I'm going to create a new student. For example, let me write here my email. From the Power Platform Bootcamp. Okay, everything was fine. As we probably see, I hear that sound to new email. Here in my Outlook. Oh, I have this email here. Greetings from Global Platform Bootcamp 2022. And everything is fine with automatically responses here and everything fine here. Important of this message normal, and I received it from the correct email as I previously specified in our flow. So that's it in this presentation to how to use a Power Platform, Power Automating in this case, from scratch, and also in our solution in .NET. We have probably a few minutes more. I'm going to publish this application that you can try it and receive one email if you want to try as well. So let me one more time go into my Visual Studio to publish this application. Okay, I'm going to this solution in Visual Studio and select the main process. I'm going to publish it in Azure. I'm going to this option. I have the same account here in my Office 365 associated with one subscription on Azure. I'm going to create a new profile to publish it, in this particular case in Azure, in one Azure App Service. The idea is that you can try the application as well. Let me select one subscription and create a new demo or an app service to publish this application. Um, I see that you are not saying here. Don't worry for that. Power Platform, Power Platform Bootcamp 2022. Let me create this very fast. You can see in the screen, right? I'm creating a new app service to publish this web application, and it take 20 seconds approximately. Okay, the app service is creating. Okay, I have this one, Power Platform Bootcamp 2022. I'm going to finish and publish my application. I'm going to publish, and in few seconds more you can access with gppw2022.azurewebsites.net to this example. Okay, is publishing now. It can take 30 seconds or 1 minute to publish. So while it's happened, I'm going to share that link in the description so you can access to the application. Okay, the provision is succinct, and I'm going to load this web application again. Okay, in the chat you can see the web application to access it. Okay, this is the web application published. gppw2022.azurewebsites.net, and the process is the same. You can try it by yourself if you want to do that. For example, username, last name, same email as previously I write, from the cloud. Add, new email. Okay, and that's it in my particular case, my presentation, how to work with Power Platform. In this case, Power Automate, to send emails from this platform here, or from where web solutions with ASP.NET 6, as we can see in the screen. So, wow, that's it. I really hope that you use the power of the Power Automate and everything that we can achieve with this amazing tool. So if you have questions, answers, it will be a pleasure to have in communication with you.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. There are no questions. Only Sassy in YouTube is make a message. Thanks, Daniel, for the session. Uh,
Thank you.
an excellent presentation. Very interesting. I'm developer, and I don't know that that we can make that for Power Automate. Very interesting. Many thanks for your presentation, Daniel.
Oh, thank you. And
We
there are
have
many things that we can consider. In this particular case, one little example with HTTP request, but there is so much to that.
yes, we have a question. So, what are the prerequisites to create these custom connectors?
I didn't did that before, but the idea is um, we can go to that option in the connectors, and we can find like the steps here, because the documentation is associated in that section, and we can uh, review that part in that section. Is that I can say uh, in this moment.
Okay, no problem.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay, we don't have any more questions at this moment. Then many thanks, Daniel, again for the for the presentation, and many thanks for all the things that we learned in this Global Power Platform Bootcamp.
It was amazing. Thank you for that. Also, because I really happy to be here, because my native language is Spanish. I don't have many opportunities to communicate with you in English. So because for that, I really happy to have this opportunity to practice and also to interact with all of you in this famous event, like Power Platform Bootcamp.
Okay, we have here your contact information here
Yeah.
in the
Uh-huh.
presentation.
If you need help or feedback or having communication, it will be a pleasure. You can find me in social networks as ES Daniel Gomez in all of that. Also in esdanielgomez.com, or if you prefer, you can mail me. I currently work with Azure Solutions, with .NET, many with .NET and something with AI as well. Power Platform, only uh, with automation process with Power Automate, as we can see here. But if you need help or something, we are in a one message of distance, so it will be a pleasure to be able in communication.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Danny. Really loved the presentation, and yeah, looking forward to see you again with us and to share also another opportunity. Like if same like if you have open speaking opportunities, just let us know. You know, we are here to collaborate. That's the sense of community, right?
Yeah. No, thank you for that. And it was amazing to see you again. And I hope you can continuously enjoying this amazing edition of our platform, and everyone, because this is amazing. Our platform, low code, and also high code, as we can see now.
Yeah. Low code and high code.
That is for everyone.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Okay, so continuing with oh, sorry. Continuing with the presentation, And the agenda for today, again, I want you to here, remember to fill the survey for this session so you have more chance to win some prizes. Who knows? So take a picture of this QR or at least copy the URL bit.ly/GTPD survey, and then you can choose that you are attending the Boston Power Platform user group, and that's it. Just basic information, very simple. Um, yeah, so now we are gonna turn to the next session, and we're gonna have again on the stage to have this Simon. He is gonna talk. He's gonna have another session that is called. Give me a sec. Where's the agenda? Um, One sec. Here. Here we go. So the next session is called Best Practices in Power BI. So yeah, I think it's really cool. That's gonna complement all the sessions and the topics that we have been talking. So now let me introduce to this session again. And yeah, are you there?
Yes,
I
I'm
see
here.
you. Hello again.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, we are now we're 5 minutes early, but if you need more time or you are good with time, it's okay. Feel free to deliver your session,
No,
and
it's
I'll
okay.
be. Yeah, yeah, no worries. I think people will enjoy it. And also, guys, if you still have questions or wanna talk again with our speaker, just this is the time. Yeah, okay, so we're seeing your screen. Perfect.
Do, do you want me to start now?
Yeah, you can start now if you want.
Okay. Yeah, it's nice to join us again in the Global Power Platform Bootcamp, and I'm highly excited to be here once again, ladies and gentlemen. So let's get started. I hope we all can hear me. We all can hear me. And if you have any question, I really wish this section can be interactive because the session is going to be on best practices in Power BI. But again, some people say that what we call best practices sometimes are what people that are experts, their preferences. This may be true and it may not be totally true, but I mean, for someone to reach an expertise level, it means that they have they have seen far and wide in a particular tool or a particular skill, and they know what work best. So it may not necessarily be what we call what we call expert preference. Eh, but there are some things we need to just take note of. And because of the way people learn Power BI, the challenge saying is that when you learn it too, you want to make it less difficult at the beginning. So those things that you overlook at the beginning of your learning journey, it's very possible that they are not the best practice, but okay, because I'm just starting out, let us do it like this. At the end of the day, you see people taking these things that they were doing at the beginning of their learning journey and using it in professional work. So, which may not be very okay. So, I would just basically be sharing some things that I've learned in my practice, in my years of training, and in working with clients in their projects. Some of them I read, some of them I watch on YouTube channels, some of them I learned from experts. Yeah. So I learned from experts. So basically, I'm just sharing those kind of stuff, and we are basically standing on how did they say it? We stand on the shoulder, which we stand on giants' shoulders to see far. You know, when you stand on the shoulders of a giant, you see farther. So that's basically the experience that it's what we have, what I've compiled in my presentation today. So about me, I train, I consult for people, I help people transition into data analysis with Power BI, Excel, Tableau, and basically. So, and I also do some works with other Power Platform products like Power Apps and Power Automate. So basically, the section that we are going to have is going to cover, because when we say best practice in Power BI, Power BI has a lot of components. We have the mobile app, we have a lot of stores, we have the Power BI service. So, what aspect are we really talking about? Because as a Power BI developer, you are going to see that your work is going to revolve around majorly these five things that I've there could be some other stuff, but these are your major work that you'll be doing. You are going to be doing data transformation and cleaning, data modeling, calculations with DAX, visualization with support and dashboard. And we are going to be also doing Power BI service, and you are going to be working on reports builder. This presentation today is not going to mention anything about best practice in Power BI service, but we are going to see that all the things that are going to be discussed are going to fit in one or more of all these things that we have here. Is that okay, ladies and gentlemen? And I'm unable to actually keep track of questions or anything, but if there is any question, I hope I will just quickly see and attend to it. Okay, so now this is just we have somebody trying to say that my computer memory is small. I hope we all can relate with this. When people work with Power BI, they complain of slow reports, like, oh, it takes a number of times to load. Oh, I mean, I'm not talking of 1,000 rows work, I'm talking of millions of rows, and they complain, and the computer memory is limited. So sometimes the challenge is not your number of rows that you have. Yes, if you have more rows, it means that Power BI needs to do more work. But at the end of the day, it is not every time that it is because you have big data sets that is why your report is slow, or that you don't have a good performance. It all depends on whether you are following some basic best practice. You are trying to optimize your work. You can optimize your visualization, you can optimize data modeling, you can optimize the cleaning process, you can basically optimize every aspect of the Power BI development process. So if it is not well optimized, the result is that your work, or your published and dashboard, your published report is going to be slow. And what you are going to see is clients are going to be complaining. They are not going to complain because they don't have insightful reports. They are going to be complaining because of what? The report is slow. They click on a slicer and they have to wait for 10 seconds. They have to wait. You understand? So before it gives out the report. So we want to avoid these things. So how do we avoid them? How do we avoid them? So basically, we have some things we need to do. For example, in our data modeling, we need to ensure that we do star schema data modeling. There are some people just bring in their data set directly into Power BI. This is what I'm trying to say. Let me just open. So they just bring in their data flat. No, they won't separate their work into dimension files and fact file. So basically, you need to separate your work as dimension. People just think a lot of people want to quickly visualize. I mean, visualization is not yeah, that's like the end product, but eventually you want to have good end product. So you want to have optimized performance in your end product. So in order to have optimized performance in your end product, you need a data modeling. So there are also other types of data modeling, but star schema is like the most popular, and it almost fits most data that you are going to have. No modeling at all is bad. It's bad. I mean, you just see some reports and you are going to see just basically one flat table. That like this is one report now. You can, if we come over here now, we can basically see that this is my fact table, and I can make connection directly. I can connect them as a I can connect this data and just store to store. So, and again, this is one of the issues we always face. You this is one of the issues we always face when you try to connect work, when you try to connect facts to your dimension, when you try to create relationships. You want to ensure that it is one to many relationship, one from your dimension table to many in your facts. So, or one to, so that is what you want to have, not many to many. So those are the key things, because according, if you listen to one, or if you've BI and you listen to one of his talk, he will always emphasize a good data modeling, and he will always say that if you want to save yourself from writing complex formula, it starts with your data modeling. Is that okay? But what some people do is this: they just have this, just open another Power BIs, and once they have this, they just get their data directly. They get data now, and they get the data, they create a connection directly. Once that connection has been created, there is no attempt to there is no attempt to model the data into fact and dimension. This session is not about how to do data modeling. There are materials, courses, bootcamps that we can consult to learn how to do data modeling. But the key thing we should learn is that data modeling is good and we should always do it. And you can see now this is just one work, and they start visualization and writing DAX immediately. So this is bad. We should not have this in our work. So we need to take note of that. We need to take note of that. And another thing is that any column that you are not using in our work, it should be removed. Basically, any column that is not being used should be what? It should be removed. It should not be used. We should not import it into your Power BI. So we might be like, okay, what does this save us from? Okay, what we need to do is let us look at this report. Let's look at this report. Let me just come to transform data now. And you can see now that I have my dimension files, dimension file. This guy store, I need to remove duplicates. Excellent. And we can see now, if you look at it very well, it looks like everything is good. It looks like everything is good, but we are going to see something in a moment. It looks like we have everything that we need. But when you close and apply, we close and apply, we close and apply, we create our relationship, everything looks good, we create our relationship. Now, in the actual sense, when I'm beginning to creating my visualization, and I have a goal, I expect that we have done some whiteboarding. Okay, this is what I want to do. Eventually, you don't need some fields. You don't need some fields. But in order to quickly know or to understand how the Power BI engine work, we can install a tool called DAX Studio. When we install this DAX Studio, it connects to your Power BI, and you can see now that when you import a data into your Power BI, what has happened is that it it gets the data into the Power BI engine. So we call it Vertipack engine, which allows you to compresses it, and it is inside the memory of Power BI. So it is from there that whenever you click on a button, it queries it from there by decompressing and giving you the output. So each row, each column of the data is not about the row now again alone. Each column of the data is being stored in that engine. So when we come to this data, you can now see, if we see what we have, you can see now this is the data. We have two extra tables created, which I'm going to come to in a moment. But when we come to our fact sales and we come to, where are you? Yeah, view metrics. Excuse me. And under these factors, we can quickly see now that we have a very high cardinality for our sales ID. Our revenue, we need it. You can see the table size. We can see this now. This is just, I don't want to spend much time here. But in short, what I'm trying to drive at is that when we look at the size of this file, let me try and save it. This file, I'm going to save it so that we can see. Unable to save document. Interesting. Let me just close this. Okay, I think I have it open twice. So, okay. Yeah. So now let us check. If you look at my screen now, we have it at 677 kilobytes. And when I come over here now and I go back to my transform data, in the actual sense, my sales ID is not it doesn't connect to any other dimension file. So it doesn't have any other usefulness, which means that I can decide to remove it. I'm not using it for any analysis. Any analysis that you want to use and that you think you need sales ID for, there is another thing you can do in DAX to get it. So we don't actually need that sales ID. I remove it and I close and apply. And I save this work. And let us go back to check the size. Can you see now that the size has been reduced by almost like 200, by almost 30%? The size of the file has been reduced by almost 30%. It is now 420 kilobytes. So we can now see now that at the end of the day, once you have less memory, it occupies less memory. The implication now is that, okay, everything is going to be faster because it's not doing a lot of work. I believe we can see now. So the thing is, if there is anything you are not going to use in your reports, you are not going to do any aggregation by it, you are not going to use it, remove it. Remove it. So that is that about that. And when we go again into some other things, deactivate auto date and time. By default, when you come into your Power BI, auto date and time is activated by default. And you can see under global setting for current file, you can see now the auto date and time is activated. So if even when people have dimension, a calendar dimension file, some people still forget to deactivate the auto date and time. So if I deactivate it and I click on OK now, I save my work. Remember, we had 420 kilobytes earlier, and I come to check the size. It has reduced it by about 17 kilobytes. If the data is a much bigger data, like 200 megabytes in size, we are going to see a much more drastic reduction. In fact, deactivated auto date and time, I worked with a client, and in their work, it took about something that takes about 30 seconds to bring out results. Just by deactivating auto date and time alone, it was able to reduce the query time for 30 seconds to about just 3 or 5 seconds. So all these things eventually affect the performance of the report and visualization. So that is about auto date and time. We need to always deactivate it. And once it has been deactivated, remember the other time when I used the DAX Studio. Now, because if you don't deactivate it, Power BI is going to automatically create a calendar for you inside its engine that you use, which the other time that I showed us the DAX Studio, I remember we saw two things here. Little local date file. Yeah, maybe I should just show it again so that we can see options and settings, options. So let us bring back the auto date and time. Where are you? Auto load, auto date and time. So that is what is occupying some space. We come to external tools, DAX Studio. You can see local date table and date table. So we have these two items here, which are being created automatically because we have activated auto date and time. If I deactivate it now, we won't see it again. So the best practice that we need to ensure is that we remove it completely. I mean, when I say remove, we deactivate it. So we can deactivate it completely in global settings. So any Power BI file that you are working with, it's deactivated. So just deactivate it globally, and that works. So that is that about that. We should also, well, there is also what we call staging and referencing data. So what I mean by staging and referencing data is this. Let me quickly explain. I'm going to, if I come to this file now, because what has happened is that this, okay, let me just use my other, I have it opened here. Yeah, cancel this file. Now we come to transform data. Now if you want to create your dimensions, a number of times the data you are going to be working with is going to be one very big file. From it, you are going to create your fact file and dimension files. Now what people do is they just come to these fact cells, they duplicate it. Once it has been duplicated, they want to create this, and these three columns as dimension. They remove other columns and remove duplicates on the lowest granularity. Remove duplicates, where are you? And rename it. Let's call it the geography. But the implication of doing this is that it is you are staging it again, because when you look at it again, you can see now that it's like I'm importing the exact sales data file that I'm using again. And when you come over here again, you can see now. So which means that if I duplicate this fact sales 3 times, and I call this guy the model, I identify my model column, I remove other columns and remove duplicates. You can see now that it is 3 times that I have it, which is not the best. The best thing we could have done is you let us remove this guy. Yeah. So what you should do is we have staged the data already inside Power Query. And once you stage it inside Power Query already, you just need to have it once. And you can rename this guy. You can call it our raw data or something. And you just need to reference it. We have reference here. So this raw data is what creates this. And we can see now that it is equals to raw data that we have here, not equals to the directory of the file in your computer or where you are doing it. So you can now call this f sales your fact file. Now the but is that this guy was what you use to bring your data into Power BI or your Power Query. So it's not going to be loaded. Yes, it's not going to be loaded. So you can now remove the columns you don't need here inside your facts, and you just continue to use this as a reference. You reference it again, you create your your D geography from it. And what do? We remove columns that we don't need, remove remove duplicates from the lowest granularity. So the implication now is that we can see what we have here. So it means that you only need to query the data once whenever it's being loaded, not querying the data the number of times that you have dimensions. So we can just create groups. You can say move to group and call this staging. So we have your staging here, and we just continue to reference, and you bring this guy to, you can call this you can leave it as it is, but the fact is we are not bringing this guy in, and we have the model, and inside my D model I do what? I remove other columns, and I do what? Remove duplicates. I have removed from here, and we can see what we have now. We can do it one more time. We reference it again. We identify my other column, line of business, that is a dimension. Remove other columns. Yeah, perfect. And what do? DLOB, that is the name of this, and I remove duplicates. Now everything looks good. I have all my files, the facts, and I need to just remove this guy, like I said, remove this and this. They are not needed in my facts table. Remove columns. Okay, everything looks good. Everything looks good. Before I leave here, so that is about staging and references. So once you are done, you can do what? Close and apply. Close and apply. So there is one other thing we need to do that also affects performance, because it's all about memory. We care so much about memory, and we want to make sure that it doesn't take too much memory. So what is it? When we come to transform data, again, your date column in your data, when you look at it, this is our date column. By default, luckily this one is already a date type. It's a date type already. But in some data, when you bring it into your Power Query, it's going to be like a date time. You can see this extra time and extra time part of it, which is not informative at all, unless it is informative. But if it is not informative, make sure that your date column is date type and not date type, date time. If it is date time, it's it's been stored somewhere, so it's going to occupy most memory in your in the it's going to occupy much more memory. So what's happening? So that's that about that. So let's go back to our presentation. Using variables for measures and remove unnecessary interactions between visuals. So I'm going to demonstrate remove variables for measures in a moment now. So let us make use of let us just make use of let me close this. Yeah, don't save. Let me close this. Yeah, Perl says analysis. So now we have measures that we use. A lot of people, for example, when you start learning Power BI for DAX, a lot of courses that you will see, or a lot of instructors, they want to introduce DAX in a not so difficult way. So a lot of time it's you don't start learning DAX by using variables. From what I have seen, that is common. Implication is that the learner thinks that, okay, if I want to create a measure, the way I need to create a measure is by creating one measure, then I create the next measure, I create the next measure. For example, when you want to find percentage, I want to find percentage, for example. So what you could do instead is you have a table, for example, and I want to find percentage sales. So what I can do is this, my revenue, and I have my region, and I have this guy. So what could have been done is you first of all create a measure, what some people will first of all do is they first of all create a measure called revenue total, the revenue total, and which is this measure that I have over here, revenue total. So we have this revenue total. After doing that, the revenue percentage is going to be what? Revenue percent is going to be another measure, which means that you now have what? Two measures. So measures basically we demand your CPU. It's CPU. It doesn't really affect your memory. So because it's not being stored, it's created. The output is going to be when you need it. That is going to compute it. So which is going to be dependent on your CPU. So if you don't have a very fast CPU, or even if you have, you still want to ensure that it is very fast. Each milliseconds matters. So now this is what we have: revenue sum, revenue total, revenue percent. Because I wanted to create this revenue percent, I had to create revenue total, which is not a measure I actually need. What you could have done instead is to do what? Create a measure directly using what? Variables. So the revenue total is just going to be a variable and not a what? And not a measure. So we can have a measure now, which I have over here now. I don't know. I believe we can see it now. Revenue percent with variable. So this is more efficient way to work. It is more efficient way to work, and it's going to demand less CPU time from you. So that is about measure. Let us learn how to use variables instead of creating one measure, then you create another measure, then you create another measure. So we can see now that we have been talking about, just like I mentioned, data transformation. We talked a bit about modeling. We talked a bit about calculations with DAX. So there are still a number of things to cover. We still have a number of things to cover. When you want to, this is about visualization. Now, when you create visuals in Power BI, you want to use a table first approach. What table first approach means is that irrespective of what you want to do, you always want to see how it's being computed first. So you want to ensure that, oh, is my formula correct or not? So a table first approach allows you, eventually you don't need to present your work with a table, but use table to first of all say that, okay, is the formula I've written correct? So it allows you to validate first. Then you can now convert that table to whatever you need it to be. So for example, now this is table first. I'm very sure that, okay, this revenue total is dividing this revenue sum by revenue total. So what I could do instead is, I don't need this revenue sum, I don't need revenue total. I can convert it afterwards to any visualization I want to, any visual I want to convert it to. So you once you just click on a particular visual, it converts automatically. It converts automatically. So a table first approach is a good way to work, especially when you are writing complex measures. So you just use table to say that, okay, I'm trying to make this, I want to see Northwest alone. Okay, make sure you see it in a table first before you transport it to another visual. So this is what I was explaining about when you work with when you import. So when you import, the pattern is you have your query, you have your tabular service, you have your DAX engine. The VATPAC is what is going to compress that data that you are bringing in, and it compresses, and when there is a refresh, or you you click on a slicer, it takes it from the file first of all get decompressed, and before it gets output to you, which is not happening with a direct query. So a direct query, using direct query approach of importing data, can be advantageous when you have a very big data set, because when you have a very big data set and you are using the VertiPack engine, yeah, whether you like it or not, I mean, unless you are using a very super computer, it's still going to be a little bit slow. So why just don't you use direct query approach instead? And another thing is that we should learn to possible. That is, if it is possible, if you can take your transformation step your data cleaning step if it can be done upstream. So you want to do it somewhere else before you bring it into Power BI. So you want to do it with any tool that we do it, that it's not going to demand too much load, like SQL or whatever. So that is also another thing we can look at. So is this just to make us understand that better? So I just want to show some some tips again. This is about productivity. When you work with Power BI, we have a lot of fields like this now. You have a lot of feeds open. You have a lot of feeds open. Where's my mouse? You have a lot of feeds open. I believe we can see it now. We have it opened. I've been working, and you can see it takes a number of times. So let's assume I have of 10 of this, and I want to collapse it. It's not efficient to now do like this. You do like this. It takes a number of time. So I mean, how long do you want to keep doing that? So what you can do instead is the feeds item here. You just collapse it and decollapse it, and we can see now that everything has been collapsed already. Everything has been collapsed already. So let me just expand all of them again. I expand this guy, expand. So we can just do like this. Just collapse, decollapse. You can see everything has been collapsed instead of collapsing all of them one by one. Okay. Another thing is that when you use the formula bar. For the formula bar now, let me go to my let me go to a particular DAX formula, and we have it like this. You can always come over here and you can just hold down Control and with your mouse, and you can scroll up or down to increase the size. You can scroll up or down to increase the size. You can scroll up or down to increase the size. Again, that is that about that. When we when we work with visuals, we come over here. eh, we make use of the format pane. For example, I have this visual, and I also have another visual that I want to create. Let me create another one. Let me create another one, and I have region against revenue sum. Now we have this. But I want them to be properly aligned together. Yes, you can always use the guide that you have over here, but it only works efficiently when you maybe you don't have a lot of visuals on a particular report page. But if you have a lot of visuals like this, it may be advisable to use the what the general under the general tab here, and you have your properties. You can use your height and width to just keep on specifying the height and width you want your visuals to be. You just use it to specify the item. So you can do it in unit of 10. So it's much more easier for me to, instead of trying to align object, it's not very easy sometimes to align up. Although you have this guide, and sometimes you can also decide to come to your view and to on grid lines. But again, you just want to make sure that everything is aligned together. So this is about visualization. You just want to make sure that it is aligned together. And also, we have a DAX formatter. So if I click on, we have one by SQL BI and another one by Enterprise DNA. So they have an open source tool that we can use. So what does it allow me to do? The DAX formatter is basically a window. I can copy and paste a DAX expression inside. So if I copy and paste, it's going to format it properly for me without me doing any work. So what I can do instead is let me just copy this guy. So let's assume, okay, let's copy, Control C this, and we take it to and we paste it now and we format. So we can see now that it has arranged it in a more readable way, more friendlier way for us. And we have some tabs here now automatically done for us. So it's very efficient too. So once you have done with this, you just copy it and you go back to your to your Power BI desktop, and you paste it and everything looks good. So you don't want to spend time or waste time formatting your code sometimes. So we have those two tools. We have one by SQL BI, and we have another one by SQL BI, another one by Enterprise DNA. So we can use either of them that we like. So again, let me check if there is any question. Okay, no question.
Everything
Okay,
okay? Doing good.
okay. What are the best practice for drill down reports? Okay, I'm coming back there. I'm going to answer you. So now n- we have variable names. So in our variable names, we want to eventually use descriptive names in our variables, because one thing about variable names is that those variable names are what is going to eventually show in your table headers over here. And remember, your clients are going to be seeing it. Although you can decide to remove this revenue sum by region. If I come to my format, you can decide to just search for it, title, or yeah, you can see you have auto and show title only, and you can decide to where are you?
We have some questions here. Um, so Luneta said, is there a function in Power BI similar to the lookup in Excel?
Okay, that's a good question. Let me just quickly answer it. The thing is, Power BI basically, it's with the help of your data modeling, don't actually need a lookup function, because it looks automatically for you. So this is what I mean. For example, what does a lookup do? I think, let me check the name of the question, the person that asked the question, and Luneta Luis. When we what happens is a lookup functions look at another thing in another table, right? And it allows you to explain your data with another field that you have in your table. But if you have your data modeling done correctly, you don't need a lookup. Remember this data now. When we come to our transform data, you can see this my sales data now. The original data I have over here. Let me just show us. The original data I have over here, you can see now, this is the original data I have. It doesn't have anything that relates to with month, year. But eventually, when you come to my reports, I'm able to explain my data revenue by month here. How am I able to do it? I can also explain my data revenue by manager name. The reason I'm able to do it is because I have a data modeling, which is here. So we have another thing, the calendar, that connects dates over here. The primary, it connects the two keys, lowest granularity, primary key to foreign key. If you are someone from SQL, and you connect it together so that I can use all these other fields to explain my data. So we don't really need lookup. And if you want to write a DAX function, there are some DAX function that you will not be able to write if how to explain, if that column is not in the same. I have a column, for example, in over here, and I have a particular value field in my D region, which is not the case here. And I have another value field here. I want to multiply both of them together. So we have what we call related table. But that is not doing what lookup is doing. It's not doing what lookup is doing. Power BI actually wants you to stop doing VLOOKUP, basically, or XLOOKUP. You only need to create what? Relationship. When you do lookup in Excel, you need to know what's the name of this thing? What's it called? The common table. I'm trying to recall the exact name we call it in Excel. We call it Let me just open my Excel to get the actual name. Yeah, the lookup value. You understand? Your lookup value now, in this case, is your key that you are using to connect together. That is the lookup value. So you don't need VLOOKUP in Power BI. You don't need VLOOKUP. You can also do this data modeling in Power what's it called now? Let me just get the name again. You can also use relationship. You can also create your relationships in Excel also, if you want to create relationships. But this is not an Excel class. I can, if you want to learn more about it, you can reach out to me. I can share some links with us about that. So that is that about that. Let me just continue some stuff. If okay, I'm going to get back to your question. Shashi, and Luneta asks about the link for the DAX formula creators. Yeah, this is the link. I can post it in the chat. I can post it in the chat where I think I need to do it on YouTube, right? Not sure about that. Or maybe I can just share my presentation with Diana and she can share it with the audience. Okay, so now let us continue. Let us continue. Where are you? I think I was talking about table first approach. I talked about this. So we should learn to use the general section of the format pane to align and to set sizes in visual appropriately. And there is also something else we need to see again. There is something else we need to see. This visual that I have here now, I can use the format pane. And when you use the format pane also, you can also search. Sometimes it's a bit difficult to identify what you want to find, but if I want to do anything that relates with size, I can just search for size. You are becoming more productive, you are saving more time in your work, so it's something to help you. And again, we also need to make sure that we are updating our Power BI installation. I encourage us to install it from Power BI and from Microsoft Store. So when you install it from the store, it updates automatically itself every month. So you don't need to keep on downloading the executable file from the website. So for example, now the format pane has just been what's it called? It has just been upgraded. So we can see now that it is more, I think it is more user friendly than before. So these are some practices that we need to do. We need to stay on top of our game as a Power BI developer. You need to stay on top of our game if we want Power BI. And about a question about creating drill down visual. So when you drill down visual, you just need to identify, and the practice there is that you need to identify what is my lowest. You need to arrange them in terms of hierarchy. You need to arrange them in terms of hierarchy, and can demonstrate with an example for us. If we want to do a drill down visual, let me just check my calendar for now if it can work. Yeah, it can work. So I want to drill down automatically. Let us create a line chart. Now inside this line chart, we want to put, we want to have revenue, but I want to see my revenue by month, by year, by quarter. So what I can do in that case is I'm going to create what we call hierarchy. So you can create your hierarchy from here by just right clicking and you click create hierarchy. And you are going to see that you have your date hierarchy already. So you can now move those other things you want inside. So you can move your month here inside. You move to add to hierarchy. You add it to date hierarchy. And you add your quarter. Do I have anything that relates to quarter? You add to hierarchy. Then you add year. So you need to add it in the correct order. You can see now date, month, year. So you don't want to move from date to quarter to month, but date, month, quarter, year. That is the order of hierarchy. Yeah, so we just need to. But let us now assume that you have made a mistake of uh, of not arranging properly. This is a common mistake that I think people make. So let me just of all remove. Uh, let me. Uh, okay, let me come to my modeling tab, and I come to properties. This is my date hierarchy. I scroll down. Can you see this is more friendly? You can remove. When you remove, sometimes people forget to click on apply changes. You can see now I've removed it's showing 2 times here in date and month here, but I'm not saying all the other things there. So you need to apply the changes before it will show. Do you want to delete the following items quarter here? Yeah, I want to delete it. So you can see now you have it. So if it's not properly arranged, let's assume I selected the year next, and then I select quarter. That is not how to move. You want to move from date, month to quarter. So you apply your level changes. So it's not properly arranged. You just don't move. You can move like this. You can just drag and drop. Once you drag and drop, don't forget to apply level change. If you don't click on apply level changes, it's not going to be affected. So always remember to apply level changes. And how to use it is basically you just bring in your date hierarchy to access this for someone that if we don't know how to use it, and you have this already, and we can now use these guys to move. We can see this is in the by date. Now we can now go down by month here, we go down again by quarter, and everything looks good. We are happy. So and we go down by year, so we go low. So you want to make sure that your hierarchy is correct when you use drill down. So and you can apply drill down in not only in line charts, you can apply it in what's it called, in bar charts, column chart, or those kind of charts. We also need to make sure that you are using the right type of chart to represent a particular visual. So because we already know it's part of what we want to talk about, selecting the right chart type when you work, which we are just going to basically talk about briefly. So about measure and calculated column. So a lot of people, again, because of the Excel background, let me just check if there is a question. Okay. So a lot of people, because they are coming from Excel background, and in Excel background, you always see things arranged in rows and column. They always like to use calculated column. And sometimes we overuse it. Calculated columns are basically not used for aggregation, because when you create calculated columns, it's going to become part of your data modeling, and it's going to contribute to memory. It's going to occupy disk space. It's going to consume memory and disk space. Measures don't consume memory and disk space, which is good. It's only at processing time that you use your measure. So you want to make sure that you want to restrict the use of calculated columns to things that relate with filters. Those things you want to put in your filters and slicers. You cannot slice a measure, but you can slice a calculated column. For example, in this work, the calendar table has been created with what? With it, these are calculated columns. These are calculated columns. Or for example, you have your sales and you want to increase the size of revenue by multiply by 1.5 as this. So you can create a calculated column for it. But why don't you use DAX instead? Why don't you use DAX instead if it is an aggregation you want to do? But if you want to use something for um that you want to eventually put it in a slicer, or you want to filter by it, then calculated column is what you should use. So it actually depends on the use case, but that is just a brief explanation about it. If you check what's the name of this book by Marco Russo again? So I'm trying to record the and I'll get it and mention it. So he has a lot of explanation about it. So it really depends. It really depends when you use what you want to do. But again, most of the time you will always be able to use measure for whatever we want to do. And again, we want to talk about data visualization, because a lot of people do visualization and you see that, okay, maybe this is not the best way you should do it. I just want to quickly talk about it. We cannot finish talking about best practice with data visualization. For example, when do you use column charts? When do you use bar charts? When do you use a tree map? When do you use a line chart? We cannot completely talk about it, but we can just briefly talk about certain principles. So you want to make sure that you use the right chart type. You want to make sure you use the right chart type. If you are using time series, for example, you should use what? Time series is line chart. If you want to compare two two values together, you want to compare transactions, number of transactions, for example, in sales data, number of transactions with revenue. Those are those are two quantitative variables. So you should use a what? What do we use in that case? You use a scatter plot. You use a scatter plot. So we use bar charts with categories, column charts with categories, for example. And there is something about bar chart and column charts. For example, it is about visual perception. Let me check the time. I have about 10 minutes more. Okay, so let me just quickly show this. Where are you? When you come over here now, what happens is a bar chart, with bar charts, bars, you have bars, and column chart, they are like how do you call it, alternative, but one is better than the other in some cases. So let us create a day, let us work to demonstrate what I'm trying to say. Let us use a I think I have up to a number of models, and then I'm going to select revenue sum. So now you can see what I have now. Let me just Control C and Control V, and I'm going to convert this to a column chart, for example. So this is not about this is a product of what I want to mention now is a research work carried out by I don't do I call them visual scientists. So the way our eyes read majorly, it reads from top left corner. So which means that if I'm looking at this bar chart now, this one horizontal, the bar chart, it's easier for me to read compared to this, because instantly I'm seeing 30 3002 P model. I quickly know that it is the highest. But over here now, what happens is that I first of all see that, okay, this guy has the highest bar. Then my eyes need to go down to know the value, which is against how our eyes see things normally. The way your eyes see things is it read things from the top left corner. So automatically now, even without checking the values yet, I can quickly know which one ranks better than the other. So a number of times, if you have more categories you want to show, it's better to use a bar chart if you have a lot of categories, because you don't want to stress your audience. It's not about beauty, it's about you want to make life comfortable for your audience. So that is that about that. But we can't finish talking about chart type. So we need to remove ambiguity in you remove unnecessary things from your chart, and you also need to use color efficiently. So lead the eye, don't just use colors. I mean, a report should not have most good reports should not have more than two or three colors being used. So by the time you have a report and you have almost all the rainbow colors, then it may not be very good. And also, when you design visualizations, the best practice is you design for color blindness. So because some people have color blinded, so they are unable to differentiate between red, green, and blue. So we need to take note of that. I'm going to talk about that. We also need to declutter, reduce cognitive load. So those things that are not needed, for example, you don't want your grid line, if it is needed at all, to be too visible. So there is something some people do. This report now, for example, they are going to use grid line. In the same report, they are going to use data labels. We have what we call data labels. So once you use data labels now, you don't actually need your x-axis again. This x-axis, you have labeled once you label directly, you need to remove this. This is cognitive load when you use data label and you have x-axis. So You also want to make sure you declutter when you design visualization, and you need to virtually tell a story. It is not about beauty. You need to tell a story. So this is what I was saying about color blindness. So for color blinded people, this is how they perceive this color. So which means that when you show a visual in your reports, you don't want to use these three colors together. You don't want to use green, yellow, and red together at the same time, or the primary colors, green, the primary green, red, and blue. You don't want to use them together because of what? Because of color blinding. Because you can see now they will be unable to differentiate between them. So this is what a normal person sees with normal color vision and with red green color blindness. So some people are red blue color blindness and some people are blue green color blindness. So you don't want to use those colors together. So I can't finish talking about color in today's presentation. I'm just mentioning that briefly. So I just want to show us, this is a remake of a particular chart. I know that a lot of us, you might have even seen it in big media, in print media, in magazines. I'm sure we may have seen this kind of visual before, which may be excellent to some people. But let me just play the video so we watch. So let me replay it again for us. I want to replay the visual, the So I believe we can see where we started from and what we have next. So one final thing I want to talk about visual is a lot of times when, hello ladies and gentlemen, can you still hear me? I assume so. So a lot of times when we use, when you talk about visualization, people don't know that simple text is a visual. It is not every time we need to plot some charts. So a text can be a visual. So when you want to show one or two numbers, you may not need a visual. So look at this visual now that I have by my left. You can represent it in another way with a simple text, and it will also be very impactful. It will be very impactful. So the remake is what I have by my right. So the same information represented over here now, over here is what we have near. And we can see now the same information. So if you just want to show two numbers, 20% and 41%, this one by my right, that is a simple text, it takes lesser time to read. Because for me to fully understand this, I need to read all the text here. I need to read 41%, 20%, 90, 70, and 2012. But if I just stay focused on this simple text alone, I can understand what you are trying to communicate. The purpose of chat is to quickly communicate. So if you have a chart that you use and it takes a long time to communicate, then maybe you should not use it. All these things apply to Power BI report and visual, and that is that. And lastly, about dashboard, a dashboard should be a single screen. It should be a single screen. So you want to avoid scrolls. You want to avoid scroll. You don't want to scroll in your report pages. And also, it is good if you stick to custom visuals, because visuals that are not did I say custom? Certified visuals. Use certified custom visuals. I wanted to write certified custom visuals. Visuals that are not certified may not be optimized for very good performance. So this is, so you can get list of certified visuals when you come to get more visuals, and you come over here. So and you can identify. You can see the ones with blue ticks are the certified visuals. And if you have a Power BI report because a lot of people say that, oh, the space in my canvas is too small to do what? To build dashboard. The thing is, it is not too small. It is not too small. Yes, this is what I have, but you can change it. You can change this space that you have that is available for you. You come to visualization, and where are you? You come to format page information, hmm, canvas settings. Yeah, canvas settings type custom, and you can adjust the size of this guy so that it takes more space. It takes you are able to put more things there. So I'm going to be able to put more visuals inside this report page. That is the implication. So you can adjust this height and width to fit your need. If you need to put more visuals in your what? In your Power BI report. So you can always have more space. You just need to change the settings. You just need to adjust it. So in some other visualization tool, you have it by default, a very big canvas. But in Power BI, you have a very small one, but you can adjust the size to fit your what? Your custom need. Okay, so that is that about that. So instead of using scrolls on a report page, you should do what? You should adjust the size. You should adjust the size. So that is all about my presentation. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for listening. I'm highly delighted to be with us. I'm highly delighted to be with us. If you have question, you can let me know. You can let me know. Let me check the. Uh, I don't know why I can't comment on the. It seems I can't make comments on the YouTube link. I want to post. I'm not sure. Okay, now I posted the link already, and I can post the second link. Link. So that is that. And there is also a very good okay, maybe we just that's all about my presentation. If you have any question, I'm checking the chat.
That's a good idea. Yeah. Okay, so well, thank you so much. And it was really cool to see it as well, and how it can manage all the data. And I personally, I really like the dashboards always, and I love the dashboards. I think that's my favorite part of working with data.
Beg your pardon.
I was saying, personally, my favorite part of working with data are the dashboards.
Yeah, yeah. Everybody loves dashboard.
Yeah, so it's
Yeah.
really cool. Yeah, we don't have more questions, but yeah, just congratulations and thanks, Wendy. So yeah, really cool. I want to show again with all of you our. Oh, okay, thank you. Our survey. Remember, if you answer just this survey with your basic information and the name of our user group, Boston Power Platform user group, you can send your feedback and let the global organizers your favorite part, or if you maybe didn't like something, you can send us as well. We can always improve. So, and the best part is that you can get a chance for win some cool swag. I'm not sure how many, but there are Amazon cards and maybe Apple devices. Um, if you want more information in the social media of the event, on Twitter especially, there is a bunch of information that you can follow for the prices. Um, okay, well, I think I'm gonna pass on our next speaker. Thank you so much, Jafes. Looking forward to meet with you again. And it's great that you are part of the Boston Power Platform user group as well today in our chapter with the Global Bootcamp. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, I'm highly excited to join you. Yeah, I hope to join you in some other sessions later.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, it's been wonderful. Thank you so much.
yeah, bye.
Bye. Have a wonderful day. All right. So we're going to continue with the agenda. And now we want to introduce my dear friend, Paul Schweiter. Hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, cool.
I was just faking that I was on mute. I was going.
Oh dear. Yeah, we're almost finishing our day of conferences with the Global Power Platform Bootcamp.
Hmm.
And now we're gonna talk for the healthcare industry, not meaning that other people cannot attend, of course, but I think one of our goals um, is that we want to make something special for all our people in Boston since it's the home of healthcare. So, and from our Boss Hug community as well, we want to share this content so you can enjoy and there's always tons of opportunities of free education and training with our user groups, for free. So, Paul, I'm gonna let you start, um, and I'll be here if you need anything. Okay.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Diana, are these being recorded and saved?
Yes, yes, we are
Oh, that's
streaming
great.
on YouTube, and the video is gonna remain there. And
That's
if
awesome.
you want, then we can maybe cut your part. You can always use your personal networks, and all the speakers can use this material as well.
That's awesome. I might want a link to the recording. I'll let you know. It depends on how my demo goes. Can you see my slides okay?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, so then let's get started then. So thank you everybody for being here. For those that are attending the session, I'm super excited to talk about this concept of intelligent intranet in the context of cloud for healthcare. And in this session, we really will be focusing more on the cloud for healthcare aspect, because I think when you start to talk about intelligent intranet, there's a bunch of features on the Microsoft 365 side of the house that that sort of help make that happen on the collaboration side. But when we look specifically at the cloud for healthcare, that's completely built on top of the Power Platform in Azure, and that's why I'm excited to talk about this today at this event. Another thing that makes the topic relevant, as Diana pointed out, part of it is that we're based out of Boston, and this is the Boston edition of the Global Power Platform Bootcamp, which is amazing event that Microsoft throws every year. There's 70 countries I think this year participating, and we're doing the Boston edition. And as many folks probably know, Boston is considered a healthcare hub, and especially a healthcare tech hub. We're surrounded by Harvard, MIT, Mass General, Boston College, a slew of healthcare technologies. And, that with the machine learning and other robotic stuff that's going on in the Boston area, it's made it this, really great hub for healthcare. But there's actually more to it than that, why I'm excited about presenting this in the context of Power Platform. And that is just generally speaking that there's also two big trends happening right now in our industry. And one of those is certainly healthcare technology is continuing to boom, right? We've seen that, and it's just continuing to grow, and there's tons of use cases. And so that in itself is exciting, but also this concept of industry cloud is something that's getting more and more popular. And essentially industry cloud is nothing more than, making use of, if you look at the platforms and line of business apps that we use, 3/4 of the functions in businesses approximately are redundant, meaning we all have accounts payable, finance, etc. And so a lot of that can be replicated, but it's that 20%, that 25% that's unique to industry, right? And so what we're starting to see is with platforms like Power Platform from Microsoft, SAP, Oracle, etc., we're seeing this focus on what's called industry cloud, which is essentially where you're offering up, your cloud services bundled and tailored for a specifically industry. And Microsoft does that with the Power Platform. That's what industry cloud to Microsoft is. We're going to customize Dynamics in the context of the healthcare industry. We're going to add some Azure stuff, some Microsoft 365 stuff, and that's industry cloud for healthcare. We'll do the same for automotive, and that's industry cloud, for automotive. So there's actually there's a few reasons why we thought, again, that healthcare in the context of Power Platform was perfect for this event. Just real quick, I just want to spend a minute just telling you about us. So and myself. So my name is Paul Schweiter. I've been a Microsoft partner and community member, for about 25 years now. It's been a long time. I've supported and promoted and organized events around the world. As a matter of fact, in the upcoming week and a half, I'll be in Africa and hope to do some community stuff there. And so that's a little bit about me. I'm the founding CEO of a company called Real Activity. So I play the role of I call myself the Chief Philanthropy Officer, and that means multiple things. We do try to do a lot of giving back and stuff in the community, but it also means that as a company that we're doing good things, that we're good people working on good things, and that's how I see my role. My focus has always been more from the developer perspective. And so I've built over time, over the past 10 years, some products that now my company is taking to market. And so that's Real Activity. We're happy to be here. So anyway, quick agenda. What I want to do is go through a couple of PowerPoint slides, and then I'd like to spend as much time as we can in demo mode. So I'll start with some slides that talk about Power Platform and Microsoft for healthcare, and draw the connections, between Power Platform and Cloud for Healthcare. And then, we'll do that. We'll talk about use cases, specific use cases as well in the Cloud for Healthcare, and try to map those to parts of the Power Platform. And then we're going to go out and demo a bunch of different parts of the Cloud for Healthcare. So what we'll do is we're going to look at some patient portal stuff that's built on top of Power Apps portals. We're going to look at some patient management and clinical operations collaboration that's built around model-driven stuff in Dynamics. And then we'll actually take a look at some collaboration stuff in Teams, how Teams can tie into Dataverse and Power Platform Dynamics and extend this way right out through Microsoft 365. And then also look at how we can continue to extend using low code and Power Apps and Power Platform. And then also, hopefully we have time just to show some of the Azure services as well. With Azure stuff, I'd like to at least highlight the services that are used in the Cloud for Healthcare and show you how you can create those resources if you need them. So a lot to talk about, during our session today. And so I want to start, we'll start with an overview of exactly, what is the cloud for healthcare? How does it relate to Power Platform? What does that look like? And so we'll start at a little bit of a high level here. And I think this slide does a great job at getting the conversation started. What's interesting, if you look at the top, Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare, I would submit, by the way, that you could swap that out for any industry cloud. So this slide would work if it said Microsoft Cloud for Automotive, or Microsoft Cloud for Finance, or Microsoft Cloud for Manufacturing. By the way, those are all industry cloud offerings that Microsoft has. But the idea is that, again, a lot of the platform stuff and the underlying features needed to operate in these industries are the same, right? We build on top of Azure. We can make use of Power Platform, GitHub. We can make use of some of the finance and operations and inventory stuff in Dynamics, extend with LinkedIn, Microsoft 365. And then it's that top part where we start to customize, for the industry, if you will. In this case, we're going to be talking about cloud for healthcare. And then, of course, at the bottom, it's all wrapped in the identity and security management features that we would expect in, using these cloud native solutions. So if we start to get a little bit more specific and look at, what are some use cases or maybe work streams, might be a better word, and how do those map to the platform, right? And so this gives us a nice overview. You can see some of the use case, and we'll see this in a moment in another slide as well, represented in a wheel. But you tend to think of work streams around, enhancing the patient engagement, right, and getting patient access to care, empowering your health team, the providers and nurses and doctors, and supporting staff with the tools that they need for collaboration. And then, of course, there's all the insights and analytic stuff that's really required at this point. I think it's safe to say to make the hospital run, right? I think it's fair to say that in today's day and age, a lot of these, if not all these hospitals and large hospital systems, like many organizations, they literally breathe data and dashboards. Like that's the lifeblood of the organization now, right? And so you can see these use cases and these work streams are built completely on top of Dynamics in the Power Platform with Microsoft 365 in there as well. And that, as you would expect, sits on top of Dataverse, right? So now you can see why this presentation is 100% relevant at a Power Platform bootcamp. As a matter of fact, I would also say to you this. I would say, and this is actually one of the reasons why I've always been interested in healthcare, I would submit that if you understand how the architecture of the cloud for healthcare works, and you can customize and extend it out to Azure, then you're a black belt ninja Power Platform person. Because, if you think about things like healthcare and collaboration in healthcare, we need to think about personal information. We need to think about security. We need to think about, record trim security. There's so many moving parts and integration with the hospitals and hospital systems, et cetera, right? So what's nice about that is I always felt like it challenged me a lot. And plus, at the end of the day, you get a chance to save babies, and save people and help people, right? And on the opposite side, gosh, if you put in a bad system or you fail at your testing and your deployment, well then, maybe bad things can happen. So there's pressure to build good systems and mission critical applications on top of the Power Platform, on top of the Microsoft platforms, right? That to me has always been really appealing as somebody that has, seniority in architecture and building applications. As your career progresses, you tend to do what challenges you, right? And so I just want to throw that out there as well, just some extra on, while we're on this slide. So again, diving into the use cases and how they're addressed in the platform. So now let's look at some specifics. It's just real quick. Again, I want to cover most of this more in a demo, if you will. But, here's an example of Power Apps portals, right? So you can imagine, especially in the world that we live in today, where we're seeing more and more, remote care options and people wanting to do things like schedule appointments online, work with their provider online, do as much of that stuff online. All of a sudden, portals have boomed in healthcare, right? They were already there. A lot of these vendors had portals built in, and some of them had sort of projects that they might be working on. But gosh, in the past 2 years, these things just skyrocketed. And if you didn't have a patient portal, you were sort of tasked to get one right away. And so I'll show you how, using Power Platform and Power Apps portals, you can put together a patient portal. That includes integration with omnichannel, right? Because in today's world, when we want a portal, it needs to be sophisticated. People need to be able to chat with us. We need integration with patient records. So we're not just talking about a portal in terms of, simple content or web content. We need a fully functional patient portal. And of course, we can do that on top of Power Apps portal. Now, of course, once we're working with the patient, then we want to think about things like the care plan and collaborating with others and treating the patient. And so, we jump from Power Apps portals more to now like a model-driven type app, if you will, built on top of Dynamics 365, where we're handling things like the care plan itself and care plan activities and home care. We'll talk about home care as well as part of the demo. And so again, more very specific ways that the platform can be used to address some of these use cases. And then another one I wanted to show you was and I'll demo this today, is Teams in Cloud for Healthcare, right? So we should be able to look at like shift information, collaborate with each other, any outstanding approvals that I have to, that I'm responsible for approving. I'll want to be able to access those in one place. And then, of course, our new friends, Joel Olson is doing a presentation after mine on Viva. And you can see we've got Viva Insights and Viva Learning, baked into Teams here, and facilitating the interoperability and discovery of content in the health cloud for healthcare. Okay, so now what I want to do is let's look. So that's starting off, going a little light, talking about the platforms, why cloud for healthcare relates. And so now what I want to do is just get a little more specific and show you the big picture, right? And so we can look at some of the ways that hospitals are using the cloud for healthcare, everything from team collaboration, coordination, remote patient monitoring, interoperability using FHIR services. We'll talk about that in Azure. Clinical analytics, virtual health, patient insights, etc. And now one of the things I want to share with you before we break into a demo mode here is that, let me just find this document here. Just give me 1 second, please. One of the things I want to share with you quickly is if we look at that wheel, you might be saying, well, Paul, is all that on Power Platform? Like, that's a big list of stuff, to do in healthcare. And so I just want to share this PDF file with you. And so this is it's designed to really for partners who are working with Cloud for Healthcare to for training, to acknowledge, what are the challenges in healthcare organizations, and then what's the solution? Essentially, how do we address that in Cloud for Healthcare? And then here's the product column. And this is what I want to call your attention to. And look, there's almost all of this is Power Platform, Power Apps Portal, Omnichannel, D365 Customer Service, Power Apps Portals Template, D365 Marketing, Power BI. I would submit all of this would fall under Power Platform. And the reason being because even the omni-channel stuff, which is part of D365 Customer Service, it's D365, which falls underneath Power Platform. As a matter of fact, it's not until we get down here where we're looking at the Azure HealthBot and Teams where we start to drift a little bit, right? And then, of course, it would make sense when we're looking at collaboration features, we're going to see a lot more in Teams, right? But notice we still have Power Apps, D365 Customer Service, Home Health. Microsoft Bookings is used as well for scheduling. And then, of course, for interoperability, we have Dataverse highlighted, Power BI, Power Apps, all of this. The only thing that's not in the Power Platform is the FHIR API. So you could absolutely make a submit. You would state that the Cloud for Healthcare is largely built on top of the Power Platform and Dynamics. Okay, so some more use cases. Again, I want you how this all ties together. the platform. Keep this in mind as we start to go through our demo. What I'm going to do is start to demo some of these apps and how they tie together, and then what the opportunities are for us as developers and partners and customers to implement, extend, and advise using the techniques we're learning today in the boot camps, around development in the Power Platform. And so with that, we'll go ahead and start our demo. And so I'd like to start with the portal. Again, what we're going to do is we're going to log in and we're going to play the role of a patient to start this demo. And what we'll do is we'll log into the portal, and then we'll go ahead and we'll start diving into some omni-channel stuff. We'll start a chat. We'll chat with the physician on the other side and start to see how some of this works. Now, the first thing you should notice is that there's no smoke and mirrors here. The domain name here is powerappsportals.com, right? So this is a Power Apps portal that you're going to see here. This is the welcome screen. You can see, of course, I can go ahead, sign into the portal, and then this should look familiar for people that have worked with Power Apps portals. We can, have this set up so that we can require that patients log in with an external account, not Azure Active Directory if we so choose. And so I've already logged into this portal using Active Directory, and I guess I could try to log into it again. But you know what? For the purpose of, because it's a demo and I know I'm already logged in, I'm just going to pull up this screen. So you can see same URL. The only thing that's different is I'm already logged in, right? So I'm logged in as a patient, Patty Thompson here, and I log into this Power Apps portal, and you can see right away the first thing I see is welcome, Patty. I have options here where I can do things like I can schedule an appointment, right? I can go ahead and sorry, let me just align some windows. I can schedule an appointment. I can look at my medical records. I can look at my personal information, right? So if I start to look through here, I've got an inbox where I can communicate with my doctor. I can look at any upcoming appointments that I might have. I can schedule new appointments. Okay, you can see, and this is, by the way, this is tied into bookings. So, bookings, or we can do it through chat as well, which I'll show you in a moment. But what's interesting is, we can also start up an instant virtual appointment, which will fire up Teams and start a virtual health session with our patients. I can look at my medical records, right? So if I click on an overview, I can start to see, what information of mine is in the system. Just all sorts of stuff. In this case, we're actually looking at, we can look at things like allergies and appointments, etc. And what I'm going to do for now is just go back home. We don't have any appointments yet. It's a new patient. And now what I want to do is I'm going to start the demo with some cool omni-channel stuff. And so what I'll do is let's actually start to ask for some help here. So let's start a chat session and see how we can start to interact with the other parts of the Power Platform, the other pieces, if you will, of the Cloud for Healthcare and Power Platform. And so I'm just going to go ahead and click on Let's Chat. And when this screen comes up, I'm just gonna go ahead and say something like I twisted my knee when I was running. Now, by the way, notice this is the Azure Health Bot. So we're already starting to see some really cool integration here between Power Apps, right? Power Apps portals and Azure services, via the Azure Healthcare bot, which is a really extremely impressive project, by the way. I would encourage you to research it if you're into this type of stuff. But it's actually created by a team in Israel from Microsoft during a hackathon, a garage product. It was a garage product. And it's all machine learning behind the scenes, the conversational aspect, the triage, etc. And so, for example, I'm just going to go in and say, hey, I twisted my knee when running. And then, of course, it says, okay, well, what do you want to do? Do you want to schedule an appointment? Do you want to speak to a specialist? And so I'm just going to type in here, okay, I want to speak to a specialist. And say, okay, that's great. let's get some more information. What's your full name? So I'm just cutting and pasting this from Notepad. That's all. I just got this ready for my demo. I apologize. So now, okay, Patty. So then, tell us your date of birth, right? And so we'll go ahead and do this. Now, all this information is important because when you're designing any omni-channel stuff in Power Platform, regardless of whether it's tied to Canvas apps or model driven, when you're doing something like this, what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to pull up the customer record, right? So you need some basic information so that you can match this patient to their patient care record on the other side, right? So now what's happened is I typed in that information. Look down here at the bottom. It says an agent will be with you in a moment. So this is pretty neat. Watch this. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to hop over here. This is all, look at the URLs. This is all live. This is dynamics. Now we're switching over to model-driven dynamics. And look at this. So now, by the way, see in this one, I'm actually logged in as the provider. So if you look at who I'm logged in as, it's Matija Presh, right? So this is the patient. So I've got two browser windows open in private mode. This browser window is a model-driven app. That's the doctor, the provider is logged into, and the patient, who is Patty Thompson, that's who's logged into the portal. So Patty said, hey, I twisted my ankle. I've got some stuff going on. Well, now look at what the provider sees. The provider sees the history using the omni-channel stuff, and you see it's coming from the Azure Healthcare Bot, and the provider sees all of the information that's been going on in the chat. This was all, a human wasn't even involved here. This was just machine learning, the Azure Healthcare Bot trying to triage. And then it hit a point where it's like, you know what, you better go talk to a specialist right now. It sounds like, maybe you broke your leg or twisted something. And so boom, that starts the omni-channel direct connection to the provider, right? So what we'll do is we'll just go ahead and we'll accept this. And I want to show you, so now I'm connected, and I just want to show you there's no smoke and mirrors here. So I'm just going to say, hi, I'm Dr. Paul. How can I help? And we'll go ahead and send that message. So I'm the doctor replying back, or the triage nurse, right? You might not have a doctor doing this, you have a triage nurse. So now if we flip back to the portal, you see the patient. It's like, oh, okay, I've already got Dr. Paul here. He's going to help me with my knee, okay? And then, obviously they go back and forth. Now, if you're triaging the call, one of the first things you're going to want to do is you're probably going to say, well, okay, this person's spraining their knee. Now, wouldn't it be great if you could empower your frontline workers, your triage staff, to do some triaging and try to resolve this issue early on before engaging a highly, costly provider and nurse. What I mean by that is doctors and nurses tend to cost a lot more money than folks that are doing triage, right? So if you, for example, you wouldn't want an anesthesiologist, triaging on this screen. They make, hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. So it's a bad use of their time. So what we can do is empower the frontline worker, maybe even resolve this. So for example, I can go over here in knowledge here and say, okay, what about twisted knee? Is there any help or anything on that? And so with twisted knee, and you can see, okay, we've got some guidance for twisted knees, right? So now on just one screen, I'm seeing the entire conversation built on omni-channel on top of Power Platform. This is through Dynamics, through model driven. I see the conversation with the Azure bot. I see the guidance for twisted knees. If I flip back to Patty, I can see her care plan, everything right here. So you see, I go to pre-op stuff. I can see trend analysis. I can see the care team, who has Patty been working with. I can see who she's assigned to at the hospital. And then I can help you, right? I'm able to help the patient, and we're able to triage effectively. So I thought, I like that. I thought you might like that demo. It's, it really just shows how powerful this can be, right? Again, we're looking at Power Apps portals, Contoso Healthcare. The patient is logged in. The patient has access to their appointments, their medical records. they have access to omni-channel chat, and they're going back and forth omni-channel with the with the providers. It's very, very interesting. We've been hearing so much about omni-channel out in the field right now. I think that I was telling somebody the other day, I think I shouldn't say most, but many of the projects I just hear popping up, and it surprised me, is omni-channel, because you hear people talking about all sorts of stuff, but maybe it's just me, but it just seems like omni-channel doesn't get the attention it deserves. It's really quite come a long ways, if you will. All right, so let's take the next step in our demo. So now what I want to do is this is a patient service. Hold on, let me find my right window. Ooh, might have signed me out. Bear with me for a moment. I have to get my password. I guess that's what happens when you're so excited and you're talking. The time goes by and your login's time out. Oh, it doesn't want to. That's okay. If this doesn't do it this time, we can move on. I have other stuff to talk about as well. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. So just quickly, I did want to share with you, if you're looking for more technical details on that part of the demo, there's a really great section of the documentation where they talk about configuring the chats with the Azure Healthcare bot. So essentially what you have to do is connect a chat window, and then you connect that chat window to the patient portal. And also, there's a link here, and I'll make sure these are available afterwards, but they'll be in the video recording, the PowerPoint slides. But there's a link here for the patient access stuff, and just more details about using the portal. Okay, so then what I want to go to next is let's continue to see how this can be built out. So we just looked at the first part of the demo was omni-channel, and it was Power Apps and Power Apps portal. Kick off an omni-channel thing. It goes into omni-channel, and they're conversing back and forth. And what was nice is, as you saw, we were doing that through a single pane of glass, so you could see things like the care plan and allergies, the stuff that might be relevant, right? So then what you can imagine what would happen next is that the patient would open with a virtual visit. There would be the start of a care plan. And so now what we are going to look at is how we can use model-driven case management and extend that to handle care management inside of D365. And so probably a great place to start is just to go into, looks like I'm getting signed out. Sorry if I demo environments. Hopefully this won't be an issue. Let's see. That's no fun. So this would be agent. Oh, that's what's happening. I'm not pasting the right password. It's not like. All right, let's try this. Oh, come on. I think my thing is timing out. Boy, that's a bummer. Of course. I'm sorry, folks. Give me just one moment. Hopefully this doesn't turn into an issue.
Real demos, real life.
What's that?
Real demos, real life.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
I'm gonna share
unfortunately
within 10
these.
minutes.
Yeah,
I'm gonna check
unfortunately.
here real quick the survey. Don't forget for filling the survey for each one of the sessions that you have attended, your name, basic information, and select the Boston Power Platform user group, and then you get more chances to win some cool swag. So take a picture of the QR image or type in your browser the URL that you're seeing on the screen.
Very cool. So let's try this again. Thank you for your patience. When all else fails, you try going incognito. Well, that didn't quite work the way I would have expected. It's really unfortunate because it's a great little demo, so it stinks when it doesn't when it doesn't work. Well, hopefully folks are getting yeah, that's so weird. I don't know why.
Okay, so we got a question from Shashi Dudukuri. It
Yep.
says, for healthcare, is it required any special licenses? If so, what are the plans needed?
Yeah, it definitely does. So the way that it works is that I'm just going to move on past those other parts of the demo. By the way, I apologize for that. We have so much to demo that it's not that big of a deal. What I wanted to show you next was the care plan screens inside of Dynamics and whatnot. But we can move on. So to answer the question, yeah. So the way it works is that essentially you need the you need a SKU, right? And so and the SKU is independent of Azure services that you might consume as well. I don't quote me. I'm more on the technical side, not the licensing side, but I think it's like about $95 a SKU, but I could be way off. I shouldn't have even said that. And and then also everybody knows how complex, let's just use the word complex, the Power Platform licensing can be. In all fairness, they've done a lot to make it, a lot more simple recently. But especially when it comes to Dynamics, there are packages where it's like, okay, if you already have sales and it only costs so much, to get this license. And I don't know how that part of it works, with the cloud for healthcare. Yeah, must have killed my something's wrong with my tenant because now even that part's not working. And I could start up a new tenant again, but again, I have so much other stuff to demo. I'm not even going to bother to go back there. I think that worked really well, that part of the demo, in terms of that you got to see the dynamic side of it, right? The model driven, the Azure Healthcare Bot. I had a couple other screens that I wanted to show you in there, and those were as it relates to like the care management piece, etc. But in all fairness, a lot of that was, it's just Dynamics, which we had already covered. So then let me just see, because there is a couple. There's one other thing I wanted to show you. I was hoping it didn't close my Teams. this stuff. Okay. All right, so we'll move on next. So now what I'd like to show you next is once you have cloud for healthcare configured and you're doing these things, you've got patients logging into the portal, you've got providers using the different apps. So then we would look at it and we'd say, okay, well, how can we continue to extend it, right? So now this is where someone with the role of a citizen developer, a low code developer, a maker, if you will, can start to work within the confines of Power Apps and Canvas apps and start to extend this stuff out, right? And so as we know, the way that Dataverse works is that my tables and underlying entities in the environment, Power Apps, we have environments. If I have the cloud for healthcare installed in the healthcare solutions environment, then what I'm going to be able to do is I can start extend the environment just like I would with any other Power App, right? And so a great example of how you might do this, I'm sure folks have seen these apps that Microsoft just across the board is logging me out of all my tenants. Even my real activity. I wonder if there's a problem like at Microsoft or something or Azure. That's so crazy. Because these are completely different tenants. It's literally logging me out. It's like somebody's watching me do this demo. They're like, no, we're just going to shut them out of everything. So, this isn't even the same demo environment. But what we can start to do is we can start to extend, using Power Apps. So what do I mean by that? I've got some examples here where I've installed the return to workplace, right? And facilities management and that type of stuff. And so, for example, I'll go ahead and just see if it will let me log into my own account even at this point. And let's see. Yay, I can at least use my own account. So, so we can start to extend this, right? So you can see we put together a sandbox. You probably have seen these demo apps. What you probably didn't realize is that they can be extended and connected to the cloud for healthcare using Dataverse. Again, when we're in Power Apps, any of the entities and assets that we have within an environment, and actually we can access stuff across environments as well. But the easiest, and obvious thing that most of us are probably familiar with is within our environment, we can share data sources. So we can start to extend, an example here is extending out for facilities management. This is, again, more model driven. But if we look at Canvas driven, here's an app that's helping with return to work as well, right? Where people can scan in and get day passes and, how comfortable do you feel returning to work? The Canvas app, again, it's in the same environment, so it can consume the same enterprise data, the hospital data that our cloud for healthcare is connected to. Now, of course, if we start to look at other parts of the Power Platform as well, you have Power BI, right? So we can extend cloud for healthcare and with the Power BI as well. In this case, we're just pulling up from the workplace care management app and return to workplace. And so what we're seeing here again is this ability to extend using Canvas apps and at the actual Power Apps level, right? And again, it's because we're sharing the same environment, and hopefully based after the bootcamp today, if you didn't already know coming into the bootcamp how Dataverse environments work, but they essentially allow us to share and extend data, right? As a matter of fact, a little bit of history, I think when it's safe to say that when Power Apps was, first thought of a number of years ago, when it was first released, it was actually released as a mobile platform to allow, connectivity to Dynamics, right? And it's ballooned from there over the past 5 years. But we can use this as sort of the glue, if you will, to extend the cloud for healthcare stuff. And then what one last thing I wanted to show you as part of the demo is just the Azure pieces, right? So if you go into Azure, if you go into your portal and you just do a quick search for healthcare, you'll see that we've got all sorts of stuff here in the marketplace. But specifically under Azure services, we have the healthcare APIs workspace, the Azure API for Fire, DICOM service, Fire service, and IoT connector. Now, essentially, all of these are connectors that allow you to consume, they're APIs and connectors that allow you to consume data from your on-prem patient records and electronic medical record. So for example, if you're using Epic medical records or Cerner medical records, what you can do is you can create, and by the way, these are all the same. They're just different versions of it. Like this is the generic Fire service, more or less out of the box. This is the one specific for Azure. And then this is the one they call it healthcare APIs, but it's really just Fire services underneath the scenes that have been extended. And Fire allows you to connect to your on-prem patient records and patient data. So that's actually how you can surface patient data up through the portal and Power Platform, is you would connect via Fire to the on-prem electronic patient record of the hospital, and then you would surface that up through Fire to the patient portal as they're requesting the data. And then finally, if you wanted to kick the tires on the healthcare bot, just search for healthcare bot, and then you'll notice there's this Azure Health Bot. And so this is the bot that we were using in the chat window of the portal when we started the omni-channel session with the doctor, right? And so this is easy enough to test. You can go up here and spin up your own version of the Azure Health Bot and pay for it. I think the licensing goes by the number of messages. So if you're just testing it and playing around with it, it's not it probably won't cost you anything to do that. And so that's the stuff in Azure. And so with that, we're getting down to the last 10 minutes here. So I hope that served as a fairly decent demo. I apologize I couldn't get to all these that I wanted to. I'm not quite sure why I just started getting locked out of the tenant. And I'm confident that I could get it going in a couple of minutes, put you through that pain of watching me get everything back up and running again. So with that said, I think what I'd like to do now is just do a quick view of the stuff that we talked about, and then just take any questions that you folks have. So just as a quick review, the cloud for healthcare sits on top of Power Platform, and maybe better look at this slide when we're looking at it, on top of Power Platform, but also extends other platforms as well, right? And we can address a ton of use cases using the Power Platform and Cloud for Healthcare. Again, this is all model-driven stuff built on top of Power Platform dynamics. The exception here is if we look at interoperability, right, then you start to see we get the Fire services in Azure, right? And notice, by the way, there's better modeling of healthcare data in Dataverse. And so what they mean by that is the schema in Dataverse, the tables and the entities for patients, for scheduling, for appointments, for medicine, for allergies, all of that is getting better and better so that it's matching the schemas that are already out there for the leading line of business systems for hospitals and healthcare systems. So what I mean by that, for example, you have Epic, you have Cerner, you have these huge healthcare vendors in other line of business applications inside the hospital, and they already have established schemas, if you will, and sort of industry best practices and whatnot. And Microsoft has been in this work effort of tightening their schemas with the industry. And then part of that, by the way, is allowing for synchronization. So you can choose to synchronize some data using Azure Fire services and keep it in the cloud so that it's accessible. So again, review, just remember this slide, the use cases on top of the platforms. The opportunity for partners and for customers and for consultants is to, you can help people implement cloud for healthcare. You can help people extend it using Power Apps, and be an advisor, right? If you liked what you saw today, you can be an ambassador, you can be an advisor. there are learning tracks up on Microsoft Learn. So I encourage you to go up. If you just go to the Microsoft Learn site and search for Cloud for Healthcare, there are learning tracks that focus on Cloud for Healthcare and the details of how you extend it and customize it, using the Power Platform and the underlying Dataverse stuff. And with that, I will just say thank you. I love talking about this stuff. I love Power Platform and the community. It's the greatest community in the world. And it's just, I'm so thankful that we're starting to see more and more community stuff after what everybody's been through in the last 2 years. And so I know this is still a virtual event, but I just want to throw that out there, that I know that, slowly, it's becoming okay for people to get back out there again. And doing this talk is getting me excited, for the next step. So thank you for being here. And it's an amazing opportunity, and it's a highlight of my week for sure. Are there any questions? I can't see. Let me move some windows around.
Yeah, I don't see any other question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We can end a little bit early. I'm sorry that those 7 minutes I probably would have spent on my other 2 demo screens, but
Yeah, no, I think it's fine. Yeah, thank you, Paul, for joining us and, of course, to participate in the part of the Global Power Platform Bootcamp. And, thanks for for sharing all your knowledge and with the community, from the community to community. So that's really cool. And
yeah, no,
yeah,
of course.
definitely, I can't wait to meet in person again.
I
And
know.
I think things are looking better actually with the last news in the US, especially.
Yeah. And we'll be
So
having the Boston Power Platform Healthcare Group. Hopefully we can do that soon, like in the next months coming up. We'll see. It's hard to time any of this stuff,
yeah,
as we've all learned. But also thank you, Diana, for organizing everything today and taking the time to put together the event. This is definitely one of my favorite events throughout the year. I think it was one of my first real Power Platform events. And the Power Platform Global Bootcamp, it's been around for a few years now. And I think if I remember correctly, it was the one in Silicon Valley I went to. I think it was like 4 or 5 years ago. And it was really great because I'd been working with Dynamics for a while at that time, but I hadn't really got a chance to meet the community. And everybody was so welcoming and friendly. And it was great. It reminded me of like the old SharePoint days when the community first started. And of course, now in the last 4 years, it's just the boom, the community and all this low code stuff. And so
yeah,
I really hope that, the people around the world that are participating in this event are enjoying themselves and get inspired like I did, a number of years ago at that first event. So,
yeah, I like what you're saying because it really inspires us not only as organizers, I bet for all attendees. I mean, I still remember when I started in this journey and, just
yeah.
attending and listening to so many people that I was, always look up to them. And it's really wonderful, how in the community we have so many people and talented and like very knowledgeable about so many things that I have to say I'm so grateful. And actually, it's that's why I can actually call you my friend and not
Yes.
only have, not only share this time like for an hour or two,
Yeah.
and just like making real connections, real relationships with all the people that is been participating, and that's something really cool. And I encourage you, all of you that are watching this, to take advantage of these opportunities because despite this is still in a virtual because the pandemic and everything, but it's a huge door opener for many of us, opportunities for your career, for a new job, who knows, or just, you go to visit other country, then you knock the door.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, just having fun
And
and
yeah. What I would add too is if there are people that are watching that, you know, that maybe they're looking at my presentation, they're like, well, I can do that. look, his demo didn't even work right, but he still talked, and I could do that. And I would just encourage people that you're right. You can, like, the thought of speaking at first, it might sound, scary and make you nervous. But you don't have to be a professional speaker, and you don't have to be perfect. You just have to have a passionate about, you have to have a passionate about be passionate about something and be willing to share that with people, right? And so if you are passionate about Power Platform and you want to share that with people, then you might want to look for an opportunity to do a presentation. We're always looking for people, by the way, to present at the Boston Power Platform Healthcare User Group. I know other groups are always looking. There's also the the online monthly community calls where people do presentations as
Mhm.
well. So I know we're running out of time here, and I don't mean to keep talking, but I would just add that. Oh my gosh, yeah, we're running out of time, but I would add that too. Like, if I can do it, you guys can speak too. You people can speak too. So anybody, come up and
Yeah,
speak.
you can do better than us.
All right,
Yeah,
thank
yeah,
you.
I
Take
agree.
care.
We are humble here to share any, knowledge that we want and, we're passionate about. Definitely a big opportunity to all grow in many senses.
I
Yeah.
agree. Yeah.
So Paul,
All right, I'm excited for Joel's presentation. He's a
don't
great
leave me
speaker. I'd love
because
to hear him. I want to
I,
watch because I'm excited to learn more about Viva. I've been so busy with Dynamics and Power Platform. I'm behind on my Viva stuff. All
yeah,
right, I'll talk
Paul,
to you
I
later.
want to ask you something.
Yeah, go for it.
Would you like to help me with the introduction for Joel? I mean, so
Yeah, definitely.
I know you guys are very close friends, and I think that'll be cool if you help me to introduce his session.
Yeah, absolutely. Is he all ready to go? Is he queued up? Or
So we're gonna have the next session with a record video that
Yep.
Joel kindly sent us because, well, for personal
Yeah. So,
reasons,
but you're
he
ready to
couldn't
go
be
now. I
here.
can introduce him.
But yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, gosh, I don't even know what to say about Joel. He's like one of the craziest, coolest, smart people I know. And we've traveled all over the
That's a
world
good
together.
news.
We've traveled to, as a matter of fact, I'm meeting him next week in Africa, or the week after. I'm
Cool.
meeting him on March 1st in Africa. And so Joel, yeah, I think he really, for me, he epitomizes community. Like he sets, he sets the bar, and his technical skills as well. So Joel started at Microsoft. He was literally the very first SharePoint administrator, and that was at Microsoft. And then from there he went out and built his career. I met him long ago, sort of in the early days. And then we both started speaking about SharePoint around the world together. We did that for about 10 years, and now he's evolved more into the team space and Microsoft 365. I know he does a lot of work for some of the largest gaming platforms in the world. He speaks about teams all the time. He's an MVP, he's an RD. I mean, you asked the wrong person to introduce him because I could just go on and on and on. He's a great person, but I'll just leave it there. And like I said, I'm excited to see his Viva presentation, because if there's anybody I would want to, just get a quick, okay, here's an hour, this is what you need to know, it would be Joel. And so, yeah, with that, I'll let it up to him to share.
Yeah,
Thanks.
great introduction. That's what I wanted to
Thank you.
hear. Thank you so much for sharing. And yeah, I think I'm gonna start to play the video, and we'll be here to answer any kind of questions. And we'll share in our survey at the end. And thank you so much.
Everyone, let's go ahead and get started. Today's topic is planning and architecting SharePoint Viva connections for 2022. And I definitely want this to be an opportunity for all audiences, no matter where you are in your adoption of SharePoint Viva. I hope this can be educational, informative, and also answer, I want to have an opportunity to ask any questions. In fact, the way I would like I lost my audio for a second. Not sure what that was. Anyway, so we're going to be talking about Viva Connections in the context of SharePoint and really what's going on with SharePoint in 2022, which is very focused on Viva Connections. And with that, I will tell you a little about Cyclotron is the one who's the host for today's webinar. Cyclotron is one of the top Teams partners in the US. Number one on adoption of Teams, helping out customers, adopting Teams, partner of the year, that kind of thing. So a little bit about myself. My name is Joel Olison. I've been doing this whole Microsoft 365 SharePoint Teams thing for a long time. I started back at Microsoft in the year 2000 working on something called Tahoe, an Office web server. And since then, I've gone all over the world speaking at conferences and involved in community events. I'm on this quest to go to every country in the world, and I hope to finish actually next year. So things are actually getting quite close toward the end, and not that will be the end, but it's been quite the journey. I am employed by Cyclotron as a product owner of Teams Hub, product manager, and I'm also working for Sony Interactive as a fractional employee focused on Microsoft 365 at Sony. I do want to promote an event that's coming up called Microsoft 365 Virtual Marathon. I'm one of the organizers for this event. You can go to my m365virtualmarathon.com. That URL is actually not correct. But yeah, this is a huge undertaking. It's a virtual global conference that spans 3 days and goes continuous all around the world in at least 7 languages. It's massive. I think we had over 500 sessions last year, over 10,000 employees or 10,000 attendees, both of the last times. This is our third year doing this event, and we are looking for speakers. We've already got over 100, but we're still looking for more. The agenda for today, we're talking about, I want to first talk about Teams and this momentum around Teams and Microsoft's vision for Teams. If you can first understand that, it will absolutely put Viva in context. The Viva suite essentially is built on top of Teams, or at least that's where they live. You can access them in a number of different ways, including just right through the browser. But we're going to dive into Viva Connections. I want this to be a very interactive demo talking about Viva Connections, configuring the dashboard, setting it up, and then I want to talk about deployment in your environment and what that can look like. So let's talk about Teams. Microsoft Teams is on fire. It's the fastest growing product in Microsoft history, over 250 million daily active users. It's really incredible how many have been adopting Teams, not just in IT, but really globally. I think there's got to be more people working on Teams than anything at Microsoft, maybe more than even in Azure. So it's or even in Windows.
Okay, please wait us a moment. We have a problem here. And let me check the video, please. One moment, please. That is situations that pass in these live events. Please wait us a moment, please. Okay, please. One moment, please. Yeah, Diana is sharing the presentation at this moment. While Diana is checking the video and the presentation, please tell to us if you like the event, if you like the presentations all this day. Okay, I see the presentation now. Okay, continue. We will continue with the video. Thank you, Diana.
And I don't need to dive into all these key areas, but if the more you understand this idea of building out an employee experience for engaging your employees, keeping them informed, keeping them up to date, providing knowledge and insights and learning, helping employees getting everything they need, the resources like um, workplace services, their pay sheets, time sheets, compliance and pay and legal and IT, and then that balance of well-being, physical, mental, financial, emotional, all that kind of thing, and being able to connect them with their communities, whether it's inclusion and diversity, um, and on and on, development and growth. That's really what is important. And when you understand these key elements, you understand the investment in Microsoft Viva. So if you think about those themes in the context of the Viva suite, we've got staying engaged and informed, which is Viva Connections. That ability to connect to knowledge and experts and really being able to unlock that knowledge and being able to connect with those who are in the know inside, your organizational knowledge. That's what your Viva Topics is about. Viva Insights is that work-life balance and efficiencies and your tips and tricks and improving the way that you work and the way you work with your colleagues. Viva Learning is about making learning a natural part of your day. Each of these is investment areas. Each of these are different product teams that are working on efforts to solve these spaces. And the one we're going to be diving into today, Viva Connections, just because it's Viva Connections doesn't necessarily mean you can't do the rest of these things. In fact, what's fantastic with Viva Connections is you can actually create in your dashboard, you can bring in Viva Insights and Viva Learning, and I'll show you that in the demo. Now, when you're talking about architecting and planning and strategy, there's a lot of people who think about Microsoft 365 as Word, Excel, PowerPoint, SharePoint, Teams, just providing a bunch of tools. But when it comes to the organization, it's more than just a bunch of tools. There's the way you deploy it so that it's logical, it's connected, and that it's easy to navigate, and that essentially it's easy to discover, easy to find, top to bottom, bottom to top. And from that perspective, I kind of like to think of things as like a pyramid. Information architecture pyramids is a great way to be able to build visuals. The top of the pyramid, the most focal point of the organization is your intranet, right? Well, if we talk about, okay, there's probably a lot of legacy and a lot invested in the intranet. And to quickly say, oh, no, take that intranet and let's rebuild it in SharePoint, let's rebuild it and connect it to Teams, that may be a big undertaking. And I'm not necessarily saying everybody who does this has to do it that way. But you do need to think about this perspective of you've invested in SharePoint, you're invested in Teams, and if those things aren't connected very well, you're shooting yourself in the foot, you're creating chaos. We need to bring these things together. And Viva Connections is the way to bring your enterprise, to bring your entire company, your organization, bring them together. You have a root site, you have your official news, you get your global navigation, and that's where this Viva Connections really starts to make sense. And if you haven't started doing hubs, you absolutely should be thinking about hubs, because those hubs can then be included in your navigation. If you haven't started using Microsoft 365 groups, you absolutely should be thinking about Microsoft 365 groups, and even be thinking about dynamic groups for targeting. And you can use those groups built in Azure AD as for targeting and audiences in Viva Connections, leveraging them in news, leveraging that audience targeting in your dashboard. So think about this Viva Connections as the one place to connect with news, conversations, and resources from across the organization. And when you say across the organization, that's why the hubs are so important. If you haven't invested in hubs, think about hubs as a way of being able to roll up search, roll up navigation, being able to deliver news. Connections, there's three major components: the feed, the dashboard, and the resources. The feed is the news. So think about that from a news perspective. A lot of people you may be using something custom for news, but from a Viva Connections perspective, the news is right now it's the biggest part of the real estate. When you're actually designing your layout for Viva Connections for your SharePoint site, you can absolutely change it up if you want to. You don't have to do news, but it does make sense that it would be the place where it happens. Then there's the dashboard, and we're going to dive into the dashboard in the demo. And then we've got our resources, which is essentially our, these resources are for what the global navigation, other resources in the enterprise. And the same thing for mobile. So you can kind of see we've in the navigation in the mobile app, you can kind of see that we get this idea of dashboard, feed, and resources, each of the three tabs. The dashboard being the apps, the feed being the news, and the resources being the navigation. And people are saying, oh, well, what about videos? Yeah, videos is part of your dashboard. What about Yammer? Yeah, you can add Yammer as well. So we'll get into that. And there's things coming too. One thing that those of you who've deployed it and you're wondering, hey, isn't there more coming? Yeah, absolutely. In fact, one of the first things that you'll notice here is first off, you get the little thumbs up. Well, there's actually diversity coming to the ability to emote. So there's emoticons coming instead of just thumbs up. We can quickly see how many people have viewed it. The sharing, we'll be able to share not just to email, but you can share to Teams, share to Yammer. So even the sharing type features are improving. This ability to do featured news, and like I said, new emoticons and much more engagement, threaded discussions and chat. The layouts for our news, you can actually have custom layouts, and rather than just kind of showing you this, I'd rather jump into the demo at this point. So let's jump here into the demo. All right. So first off here, somebody was saying, hey, how come you're using GoToWebinar? Why aren't you using Teams? Absolutely, I'm a big fan of Teams. I will use Teams in webinars every day. As one of the things they really need to do is beef up the marketing side of it. And I know they have invested in the Dynamics 365 marketing, which gives you a bunch of enhancements to Teams webinars, but not all companies have adopted those marketing features that you can get. And that's a key piece of being able to deliver webinars. So thanks for that. All right, so the first thing I want to do is jump into the admin center, okay? So inside, you go to office.com, go into admin, and then from admin, go into the SharePoint admin center. You guys should know where I'm at. This is the new SharePoint admin center. First thing we're going to do is we're going to go to the sites, active sites. So let me just start here so you can tell exactly where I'm at. I'm in SharePoint Admin Center. Click active sites. Here I can see all of my sites. And yes, I was looking at my intranet just previous. Okay, so here, a couple of the news things to call out. Notice in the new SharePoint Admin Center, Teams connected. Hey, we can actually see our channel sites, we can see storage, we can see ownership. The Teams Admin Center has really gotten a lot better. We can even see our hubs and templates, all sorts of really cool stuff, including usage and sensitivity labels, and even numbers of files, external sharing enabled, and all sorts of really cool stuff. So the Admin Center has definitely improved in a significant way, and that happened just recently in December. So check out the new SharePoint Admin Center if you haven't. I created a little intranet site just for the purposes of this demo. Notice I've got one called SharePoint or Intranet. When I click on it, it does say this is your home site. The intranet is your intranet home site, and I can change the home site. Now, I'm not going to turn this off and turn it back on because these things actually take time. So the first time you declare your home site, give it a couple of hours for it to actually, for some of these features to turn on. So essentially, once you declare your home site, there are things that light up on it. And I'm going to show you the example. So in this one, my current home site is intranet, but it's very possible that I could actually turn this thing on and turn it off. If you're looking for some step-by-step directions around getting started with Viva Connections, this little article right here, Learn About Planning, Building, and Launching a Home Site, is a really good one to start with. And I will add this in the chat for all of you who are looking for, hey, where do I get started? How do I get started with this thing? I'm going to drop this in the chat. I do think that of all the Microsoft resources around Viva, this one is the best one. And it actually is up to date, where yes, this is kind of the second release of Viva Connections. So this guide, this kind of walkthrough is much better than all the previous ones that were done. All the PowerShell scripting and all that stuff is now no longer required, because once you declare a home site, it then essentially does allow you to get to the dashboard, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. So now we've declared our home site. That's step one. Now that we've got our home site, we can then navigate to that site. And you'll notice I've already done some fancy stuff here, but I kind of want to catch you up with what has been done. So the first thing we do here is I want you to go into the configuration panel. If it's been declared as a home site, you'll notice there's a new option here, set up Viva connections. So that if you've done all the prerequisites, and I'm going to talk about the team stuff, this is just SharePoint. After you've declared it as a home site, you will then see this ability to set up Viva connections. The other thing related to Viva connections here is our global navigation, okay, as well as change the look. So real briefly on the change the look, I did use a lookbook template here. This particular change the look does give me the ability to then look at my header and footer and navigation. And this is a communication site from the lookbook. What is lookbook? Check out lookbook.microsoft.com. And you'll notice already that some of these themes look very familiar. A lot of these are the ones that Microsoft uses. So you can kind of see, if you're looking for the one that I used, it's called the landing, news, resources, personalized content. So you go to the landing and notice here we have add your tenant. So you click add your tenant, and boom, I can log in, add this template to my tenant, and then I can essentially apply it when you're creating a site, or apply it to a modern site. So that's what you want to do. So basically that's where I got my look from. I am using that the landing template. And hopefully that was straightforward and people understand what I'm talking about. Let's go back to this. Okay, so here we are on the intranet again. And you'll notice that I've got some samples here. And when you actually use that template, it even pre-populates some of the news for you to get started with. You can delete all that stuff or, replace it. But let's go to set up Viva Connections. Okay, so in Viva Connections, integrates tailored news, resources, conversations across desktop, mobile. Mobile experience includes tabs for dashboard, feed, and resources. This is the only place we actually configure the dashboard, and the dashboard is that new ability to add all these apps. So if you click View Dashboard, here you can see I've already added a few of these. If you click Edit, I actually get the mobile view, the desktop view, and I have the ability to add a card. So if I go add cards, so these cards are those action cards that are part of the dashboard that actually do push through to mobile as well as to the desktop. So if we start here first with Teams app, you'll notice you've got to click the pencil to edit the card. Under Teams app, we can choose the size. There's medium, which is a normal box, or the large, which is the double box. So it basically spans across two. You kind of see this here. Choose the app. So you'll notice these apps are compatible with the dashboard. These are action cards. You can build your own in SharePoint Framework. You can add third parties. You can see there's a couple of examples of those, like Zoho CRM. We've got our approvals app, Viva Insights, Viva Learning. So those of you who are talking about, oh, we want to do Viva Learning, we want to do Viva Insights, that's fantastic. Use Viva Connections to actually push those things through to the mobile app, or integrate them right in with your intranet. We've also got Q&A, and check it out. We've got streams, so we can actually do our videos. We've got communities, so we can actually pull in communities from Yammer. And you can get this idea as well. You can bring in and actually do audience targeting as well. So you'll notice we have the ability to bring in audiences as well. And these are essentially Microsoft 365 groups, or they can actually be dynamic groups in Azure AD as well. So pretty cool. What else do I want to show you here? This is the dashboard. And you can see like the tasks app, it'll bring through those tasks. If you're using shifts, you can bring in your shifts. This is a custom one that was actually built by Cyclotron called Teams Hub. And we've got approvals here where you can create requests. Hey, I want my manager to approve this thing. Custom cards, like being able to write your own thing and have a button that sends you off to a link or whatever. Some very simple ones. So there's a bunch of really kind of cool stuff you can do here with the cards. Links, shifts, tasks, approvals, and even jump into a card designer where you can then add your own heading, text, add a button. And I probably should have moved that before I clicked that. So we go and edit this one. For the card designer, we can then, yeah, you get the idea. And it looks like my connection's a little bit slow right now. And then you can obviously move them around as well. So you can sort out and change the interface here for your dashboard. So as an example, if I want to just move my Viva Insights to the top and then republish it. And obviously there's desktop view versus mobile view. And this is just the dashboard component. So when I go back to the home of my Viva Connections, I've got my feed, which is my news feed. And then I've got the apps, including my dashboard here, where I move Viva Insights to the top. So here's all those different components here, interactive components that I've added, including then also things like the My News and My Documents and frequent sites and recommendations and so on. So now we're here back on the home page, and if I click Edit here, you'll notice that this is basically we're basically in SharePoint, and we're looking out at the layout of the page, and you can see we've got these different sections, just like you would expect with SharePoint, being able to say 2 or 3 columns or full width and those types of things. And then once you're say in these sections, you know, I can still add whatever web parts I want to Viva Connections, streams and spacers and viewers and Twitter and highlights and conversations, all your typical things. That Viva Connections dashboard is the My Feed. So you can really put the feed on the left. You don't have to keep it on the right. You can essentially lay it out however you want. Bring in a Power App. What you'll notice from a mobile perspective is it brings in the dashboard as one tab, the feed as another one, and the resources as the third one. So essentially it gives you, so you may be adding all sorts of custom web parts, but what the users are going to see on their mobile app is the feed, the dashboard, and the apps. So hopefully that addresses that. But obviously you can add whatever web parts. You can use your hero web part, or you know, pull in images and make it fancy, lay it out however you'd like, you know, add your weather and that kind of thing. Countdowns for things, you know, whatever fancy stuff you want to do with your intranet, go for it. And let me jump back out of this. I can discard my changes. Right there, it does have this concept of version history. So I can actually get to that. You'll notice the page itself is a page in the pages library, so it follows all the whole idea of how SharePoint works. I can do audience targeting on any of my components or on the page itself as well. Let me go back here. So let's dive into the news here a little bit. I can go new, and you'll notice there's video news as well as and news link. So we do have the ability to do different things here, including we can do even spaces. So that's kind of funny. But if we do new news post, you'll notice we have new a walkthrough essentially for creating a new news post. If you're new, it'll actually walk you through it. Let's get started. Choosing a template, add a name, select an image. All right, show me what you're talking about. Choose your template. So here we're looking at, there's a blank template, a visual template, or basic text. Well, let's go visual. Let's see what we can actually do with this. And by the way, you'll notice that there's a template library. So you actually can go select templates, delete templates, set new templates. So this what we're seeing here with this visual template, you can actually build your own custom company templates here. So if you're looking for logos or you want to have certain layouts, those who are creating news, you want to have them follow a certain path. So this is part of that thing. So it's saying, hey, make sure you add a name. So this is sample news post. We can change the image. Maybe we just did some fun thing, sure. And this is some of the new enhancements to being able to host things in SharePoint, right? It's being able to work with the images and actually have a much better experience working with images. And you can see, so you got the focal point, we can change the image, we can edit the web part that's actually being used here. And you can see there's the plane, the color block, the overlap. So we've got a lot we can actually do with the text, including alt text. And we'll just keep that aspect to the template. Here we've got another image that we can pull in. We actually can crop right here in the browser, which is great. We can even resize things. And like for web parts here, notice I can now upload, where before it'd be, oh, it's such a pain, go upload and stick it somewhere and then go link to it. And we can pull in a link, we can upload it, we can pull it from the site, we can pull it from OneDrive, we can do a web search. We've got some of these, let's do a teamwork one, since that's what this is all about. You'll notice it's using Creative Commons based images as well. And I'm not going to go ahead and troubleshoot this, but you get the idea. We can absolutely browse and pick and choose images that we want. Add them to your library. Make sure you got rights for them. All that kind of jazz. All right, cool. And this is a fancy template, so you can see it's got 3 wide and it's got a footer and it's got, you know, these extra images and all this text. For a news article, you obviously can make them as complicated or as simple as you want. And I don't want to take a ton more time here, but I do want to show you, if I click page details here, since this essentially news post is a page, you'll notice I have the ability to pick a thumbnail, so I can actually use a specific thumbnail as well. I can give a description. And I've got my audience, so I can do my audience targeting. So all of my groups, and I want to send this to the Cortana members. I can have apply my labels. Maybe there's retention or your rules related to the news. And you'll see like, hey, news should last for 1 year and then it goes away or whatever. Maybe this is one where it's like, it's related to property or a migration or a move that's no longer applicable. You know, it's only important for X amount of time. You know, you can have apply retention labels on your news even. And now we're going to post it. And we can also promote it. This is where this is only going to get better. So right now we can post as news on the site. We can add the page to navigation. We can email it. We can post it to Yammer. Maybe we did a lot of work on the layout. We can actually save it as a template. And yeah, lots of cool stuff. You'll notice as well, as we've been working through this, you'll notice we've got the app bar over here. So now that our news is live, notice if I go, here's my home, here's the one I just posted. Actually, this is the one I posted last night. And because I did some targeting, I'm not in that target group, so I'm actually not going to see it, which is kind of cool. So here's my sites, here's my news, my one from yesterday that actually was in a group that I was a member of, and then I've got my files here, files I've been working on, which I haven't necessarily been working on this tenant very much. So that gives you an idea of obviously from SharePoint Home, I can create a new news post as well. And there's the official news on our intranet, or we can create them on other hubs and have them be non-official news that then gets rolled up and pulled into our official, into the users based news into their feed as well. Let's talk about, all right, so that gives you a bit of an idea. I want to jump over to a different tenant for a second. Got another tenant here as an example. And before I do that, let me just refresh this here. Okay, so you'll notice in Microsoft Teams, now I'm getting my news feed, I've got my dashboard, and I'm still inside of Teams now. So if I click my Viva Connections app, I get my site and news and so on. So I got my app bar that essentially, depending on how the app bar has been configured, it displays navigation based on the app bar. These little buttons are new as well. So we can click here to go to the website, which will basically open it up in SharePoint. We've got this one that will actually refresh it inside of Teams. You know, if we're interacting with this data, which is really cool, you can actually interact with the data in the site. We can copy a link. So just because you're in Teams doesn't necessarily mean that we don't want to actually be able to send out a link or share it and that kind of thing. I am following this one, but you get the idea. We've got our global navigation across the top here, and we've got a very fully functional interactive site that we're inside of Teams. So I've also pinned Insights and Learning, Viva Insights and Learning into this dashboard, so you can kind of see connections. And you see this little logo here. This is just the default. You absolutely can configure the logo itself as well. So you get a transparent, configurable image, and if it's working right, it should look like that, where it actually does kind of fit the look and feel of this experience as well. And if you've done it right as well, as you navigate and click on things, like here's our news post that we were just working on, it actually should work inside of Teams as well. So nice, full, rich experience, including our header and footer. And I mentioned, hey, there's things coming, right? This, like, we have the color of the page, and our comments, while we can mention somebody, it's getting better, right? And you'll also notice something down here where we have save for later. So you can actually save items like bookmarks. So bookmark is a new feature as well. So we can see our ability to save items. So you're reading, you want to keep track of, hey, this is a really good one. I want to save this, or I want to share this. And the sharing features as well are getting better. And with that, I do want to show one last thing before I jump back to the slides. I was mentioning sharing. Notice here when I go to share, I get this ability to share an email. Well, if I go to my other tenant, yeah, not this one. Here it is. All right. If I'm here in this tenant, it's a totally different tenant. I click share, you'll notice I now have email, copy link, and Teams. So I can actually post into Teams as well. So that's pretty clever. Now, one last thing I would say on demo wise that I want to show you here. In Microsoft Teams, here I am in my rich client. You'll notice I've got a branded company logo for my Viva Connections here in this tenant. But there's also an app called Teams Hub. Now, Teams Hub is designed by Cyclotron as an app around both adoption and governance. Essentially, it helps me interact with the rest of what's happening inside the organization. So, often Microsoft 365 can get kind of overwhelming. Well, this is a nice little app that snaps right into Teams, and it can fit right side by side with Viva Connections, where we get our learning videos. So instead of having to create all that learning content, you can do these bite-sized searchable news for your organization. As you're rolling out Microsoft 365, people can learn more about Teams, chat channels, things like that. All they have to do is start typing, and here's all these nice bite-sized chunks of content for tips and tricks and being able to work with Teams or SharePoint or Outlook, and being able to understand more about lists or OneDrive and typical things you do. And these are things that are extensible. Again, you can kind of create your own content, but it helps reduce the barrier. So I've got all of the different apps that I'm using, and actually you can manage what are those apps that you're looking to do. And essentially we pre-populated and built a bunch of these bite-sized videos for you. And as well, this Teams Hub helps you organize Microsoft Teams. So there's, for the admin, there's dashboards for managing Teams, managing SharePoint, and being able to kind of get your arms around your environment. So this is the admin interface of Teams Hub, where I can see all my teams. I can see what are the teams that don't have owners, what are the teams that have external users on them, like guests, what are the inactive teams that should be archived, and even the archive ability to actually back up my teams or back up my SharePoint sites. I can track my files that have been shared externally by the organization and see who's actually viewed those things and when they were viewed. So this tool, Teams Hub, is not just for Teams. It actually gives me information across SharePoint and Yammer as well, for being able to see kind of what's happening. There's a bunch of new features coming for Power Platform governance as well, and kind of being able to keep track of things. As well, there's a number of reports and dashboards for being able to better understand adoption and what's happening in the organization, and being able to get kind of a single view of lifecycle management across Microsoft 365, like looking at Teams, SharePoint, Yammer, managing my expiration policies, deletion policies, managing communication and navigation, provisioning, all sorts of things related to security and auditing. There's a lot more. Can't go into all those things right now, but suffice to say, there's a lot you can dive into reports wise and understanding your environment of what's going on in Microsoft 365. And what's great too is you don't have to be global admin. It automatically will be reduced. The things you can do are based on your own permissions. So it's the UI itself is security trimmed based on my role. So like in this role, I do have rights to SharePoint and Yammer and Teams as I'm logged in here. And let's just pop right back into our deck here and kind of wrap things up. So I did mention Yammer as well, and some of the things to understand from a Yammer perspective, you can pull in Yammer, like the company announcements, featured conversations. Think about this from a video perspective, like your town hall meetings, your live events, current and future, content from people you follow, conversations you follow, what are your favorite communities or your joint communities. If you're looking for that high level, how do I deploy it? I talked through a bunch of these things already, but getting your intranet ready, absolutely has to be modern. It's built on top of a communication site. Setting that home site, we talked about that in the admin UI. Enabling the app bar, customizing the global navigation, creating the dashboard, preparing the content for the feed, adding the app in Teams, and that's part of this is deploying the app so that it shows up on the left-hand rail. Mobile settings and pinning it, and then essentially educating your end users. What I've done here is just kind of said, hey, let's take those things. Most of it is SharePoint admin and configuration, and then there's a couple of things around the Teams deployment. But when you think about this oh, do I need to build a Viva team? No. It's really primarily SharePoint, and then there's pinning the app and setting the policy to get that sort order and deploying it for everybody. I do look at this more holistically. Preparing your intranet, modernizing your information architecture, thinking about hubs and global navigation, site designs, header footer, app logo, Yammer stream integration, thinking about this holistically as a real upgrade to your SharePoint infrastructure, your deployment in SharePoint Online. And then thinking about, hey, what about Viva? We can pull that into the dashboard. What about Viva Learning? We can pull that into the dashboard and even releasing that to the teams. Thinking about it from a topics perspective as well. Now, let me launch a poll and then we'll get into some Q&A. All right, so I've got a poll for you here. And thanks everybody for joining today. Essentially, Cyclotron was grateful to them for being able to help put this on. This wouldn't be possible without having a sponsor today. I'm interested in governance. You know, we can have a governance conversation with you. Maybe you're interested in Teams Hub demo, that Teams Hub app that we were just looking at. Viva Connections, if you're looking to get help with deployment of Viva Connections, or maybe you want to just have a conversation about Viva Connections, kind of a fixed price deployment. We've actually done this for a number of customers for a 15K deployment. It's like a very fixed price deployment. And some customers even have, working with Microsoft, we can actually get it so that you're not paying anything based on, you know, where you're at, number of users and things like that. And the last option here is, say, a roadmap discussion on connections, or in across SharePoint itself, if you're looking to engage and discuss what's happening in 2022, or you want to talk about any aspect of Microsoft 365 related to roadmap and conversations. And I'm going to pull open the chat, the Q&A. All right. So if anybody has any questions, now is a good time to add questions. I did see a question, someone saying, how come we're not using Teams? You absolutely can use Teams for webinars. I love using Teams for webinars. It was not my decision for this particular session. But yeah, GoToWebinar has more of the marketing pieces in it. It's all automated. And I think that I've already heard some of the insights in terms of what's coming in the future around the marketing aspects of a webinar that will make it.
Excellent. Another good presentation for finish this excellent event, Tianita.
Manu, yeah, so happy and excited that we really had great content today. I think, well, you guys that have been attending, let us know if you really enjoy the session. I see here Shashi, thanks, Joel. Yeah, let me put the comments on here. Oh, thank you, Mon. Yeah, great presentation as well. Very good for closing the agenda today. Yeah, let me go back. Maybe I can share with you guys again Joel's social media and contact. What is it? So, you know, you can always reach out to him. Here it is on the screen. Oh, it's actually there in there. I'm gonna need us to decide. Oh, okay, there you go. So
Excellent.
there is his email, and feel free to send an email or at least if you wanna say thanks to him. Yeah, it was really amazing and nice demo. I really want to do some of the things that he was showing. Yeah,
Yes, remember all the people that is here at this moment that you can contact all the people that present in this event to make questions or maybe to talk about some topics. We are a community and we are glad to share knowledge to all the people. And obviously, thank you to all the persons that share to all the people this event and that was here in all the presentations. It was very interesting, all the presentations.
yeah, it was great. I think feel satisfied with all the content we had. Um, Please let us know your feedback about the event and don't forget if you haven't filled the surveys, you still have a minute to participate and send your information. Say that you were attending the Boston Power Platform User Group meeting today and uh, keep aware of the social media of the event because they will be announcing the winners. So yeah, I think that's. Do you think we're missing some details, Manu? But that's it.
I think that's all. That's all at this moment. And Dianita, many thanks, and the organizers of this event, to Paul, to you, and to Amal. Many thanks for all the organization that made for this event. Thanks for all the persons that was here with us with the talks, to Fatima, to Joel, to Hafiz, um, to Daniel too,
To
for
you.
all the for me. Thank you for me for the presentations, and I hope that all the people like these events and all the presentations. And we expect to make more events in the next days. What is coming in the community, Diana?
I will say, last but not least, the content of this video will remain in the Boss Heart YouTube. So same channel that you are watching. So subscribe and keep aware of the content that we post. With the community, actually next week on Wednesday we are having a meeting with a lunch meeting with Boss Hug. So let me pull out here the info. We're gonna have a lunch meeting, and the topic is here. The topic is it's actually Paul is gonna share the same presentation that we have today, but it's gonna be with the Boston community. So most of the folks that are in Boston and from healthcare. Our lunch meetings are looks like more like a informal conversation. It's a 30 minutes meeting and kind of a round table. So it's pretty good. I can wait to go back in person. Like have this in a coffee or some place that we can openly talk and enjoy like after something like that. But for now we have this meeting. It's happening every 2 weeks. So yeah, if you guys want to attend, very welcome. We also have, let me see, for March, we're gonna have the next meeting with Brian Smoker, and we're gonna talk about the provider services. So it's actually really cool. It's gonna be very interesting if you guys work or wanna learn more about this industry. So yeah, here's the information. Yeah. Well, thank you again, and see you in the next chapter of the Power Platform Bootcamp, probably next year.
Thank you to all, and see you in the next event. Many thanks.
Okay.
Have a nice Friday,
Yeah.
Saturday, where you
Enjoy
are.
the weekend. Bye bye.
Bye.